Chapter 9 of The Jungle Girl by Gordon Casserly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Tigerland. Wargrave fired. His shot struck the panther rather far back, wounding but not disabling it. It swung round to face its assailant. Seeing Frank, it promptly charged. The second cartridge took it in front of the shoulder and raked its body from end to end. Coughing blood, the beast rolled over and over, biting its paws, clawing savagely at the earth, trying to rise and falling back in fury, while Frank rapidly reloaded and stepped between it and the children. But the convulsions became fewer and less violent, the limbs stiffened, the beautiful black and yellow body sank inert to the ground. The tail twitched a little. A few tremors shook the panther. Then it lay still. The subaltern turned eagerly to the children. "It's Frank." "Look, Eileen, it's Frank," cried Brian. "He's killed the nasty dog." The little girl, who had sunk to the ground, struggled to her feet and with her brother was swept up in a joyous embrace by the subaltern. Then, bidding the boy hold on to the sleeve of the arm carrying the gun, Wargrave started back with Eileen perched on his shoulder. As they passed the panther's body, she looked down at it and clapped her hands. "He's deaded. Nasty bad dog," she cried. Striking a path through the undergrowth, the subaltern climbed down the steep ravine that lay between the hill and the political officer's bungalow. As he struggled up the steep side of the mullah, he heard their mother calling the children with a note of inquietude in her voice, and he answered her with a reassuring shout. Coming up on the level behind the low stone wall of the garden, he found Mrs. Dermot and Muriel anxiously awaiting him. "Mumsy! Hello, Mumsy! Here's me, Fwank shooted bad dog!" cried Eileen, waving her arms and kicking her bearer violently in her excitement. "Yes, Mumsy, Frank kilded the nasty dog that wanted to eat us," added Brian. Wargrave passed the children over the wall into the anxious arms outstretched for them, then vaulted into the garden. "What has happened, Mr. Wargrave?" asked Mrs. Dermot, pressing her children to her nervously. "What is this about your shooting a dog?" The subaltern told the story briefly. "Oh, my babies, my babies!" cried the mother with tears in her eyes, clasping the mites to her breast and kissing them frantically. The little woman, who had many times faced death undauntedly at her husband's side, broke down utterly at the thought of her children's peril. She overwhelmed Wargrave with her thanks, while Muriel complimented him on his promptness and presence of mind and then scolded the urchins for their disobedience in wandering away from the garden by themselves. But the unrepentant pair smiled genially at her from the shelter of their mother's arms and assured her that Frankie would always take care of them. Their mother, even when she grew more composed, could not be severe after so nearly losing them, but although unwilling to terrify them by a recital of the awful fate from which the subaltern had saved them by the merest chance, she impressed upon them again and again her oft-repeated warning that they must never leave the garden alone. But they were not awed. So bidding them thank and kiss him, she bore them off to bed, her eyes still full of tears. Wargrave sent a servant to fetch his orderly and the detachment mochi, or cobbler, to skin the panther, the news of the death of which soon spread. So Major Hunt and Burke joined Miss Benson and the subaltern when they went to look at the body, and numbers of sepoys streamed up from the fort to view the animal, which had long been notorious in the station. Lamps had to be brought to finish the skinning of it, and the hide, when taken off, was carried in triumph to the mess compound to be cured. On the following afternoon, on the tennis court, in a corner of the parade ground, Miss Benson was left with Burke and Wargrave when Mrs. Dermot had taken her children home at sunset. "You've completely won her heart," the girl said to the subaltern, pointing with her racket to the disappearing form of her friend. "Nothing's too good for you for saving those precious mites. But she'll never let them out of her sight again until their big nurse returns." "You mean their elephant? Well, of course, he's marvelously well-trained animal, but is he really so reliable that he can always be trusted to look after those children?" "Bradshaw is something very much more than a well-trained animal. Perhaps sometime out in the jungle you may understand why the natives regard him as sacred, and call Colonel Dermot the god of the elephants. You don't know Bradshaw as we do." "Well, old Burke here has told me some strange yarns about him, but as he's always pulling my leg, I never know when to believe him." The doctor grinned. "We won't waste words on him, Captain Burke," said the girl. "It's time to go home now." They escorted her to the Dermots' bungalow, where the doctor lingered for a few more minutes in her society, while Wargrave climbed up to the mess and went to look at the panther's skin pegged out on the ground under a thick coating of ashes, and now as hard as a board after a day's exposure to the burning sun. A few days later Miss Benson left the station to rejoin her father in one of the 3 or 4 isolated wooden bungalows built to accommodate the forest officer in different parts of his district, each one lost and lonely in the silent jungle. For days after her departure, Burke was visibly depressed, and Wargrave, too, missed the bright and attractive girl who had enlivened the quiet little station during her stay. A fortnight later Colonel Dermot returned from Bhutan, and his gratitude to the subaltern for the rescue of his children was sincere and heartfelt. He was only too glad to take the young man out into the jungle on every possible occasion and continue his instruction in the ways of the forest. This companionship and sport was particularly beneficial to Wargrave just then, for they served to take him out of himself and raise him from the state of depression into which he was falling, thanks to Violet's letters, the tone of which was becoming more bitter each time she wrote. Her reply to his long and cheery epistle describing Ranga Duar's unusual burst of gaiety during the envoy's visit and his own rescue of the children was as follows: "You do not seem to miss me much among your new friends. While I am leading a most unhappy and miserable life here, you appear to be enjoying yourself and giving little thought to me. You are lucky to have 2 such very beautiful ladies to make much of you, and I dare say they think you a wonderful hero for saving the little brats who, if they are like most children, would not be much loss. The mother seems extremely friendly to you for such a devoted wife as you try to make her out to be. Or perhaps it is the girl you admire most, this marvelous young lady who shoots tigers and apparently manages the whole Terai forest. You say you love me, but you don't seem to be pining very much for me, while each day that comes since you left me is a fresh agony to me. You appear to contrive to be quite happy without me." This letter stung Wargrave like the lash of a whip across the face. To do Violet justice, no sooner had she sent it than she regretted it. But deeply hurt as he was by the bitter words, he forgave her, for he felt that her life was indeed miserable, and that he was unconsciously in a great measure to blame for its being so. But it maddened him to realize his present helplessness to alter matters. He was more than willing to sacrifice himself to help her, but it would be a long time before he could hope to save enough to pay his debts and make a home for her. Whether it was wicked or not to take away another man's wife did not occur to him. All that he knew was that a woman was unhappy and he alone could help her. It seemed to him that the sin, if sin there were, was the husband's, who starved her heart and rendered her miserable. In his distress work and sport proved his salvation. He threw himself heart and soul into his duty, and whenever there was nothing for him to do with the detachment, Major Hunt encouraged him to go with the political officer into the jungle. For little as he suspected it, the senior guessed the young man's trouble and watched him sympathizingly. One never to be forgotten day, as Wargrave was returning from afternoon parade, Colonel Dermot called to him from his gate and showed him a telegram. It ran: "Tiger marked down. Come immediately. Dak bungalow. Madhpur Dwar. Muriel." As the subaltern perused it with delight, the colonel said: "Ask your CO for leave. Then, if he gives it, get something substantial to eat in the mess and be ready to start at once. Madhpur Dwar is 30 odd miles away, and we'll have to travel all night. Come to my bungalow as soon as you can." Half an hour later the two were trudging down the road to the Pilkhana, carrying their rifles. Badshaw, with a howdah roped on to his pad, plodded behind them, for it is far more comfortable to walk down a steep descent than be carried down it by an elephant. At the foot of the hills they mounted and were borne away into the gathering shadows of the long road through the forest. As they proceeded their talk was all of tigers, for in India, though there be bigger and more splendid game in the land, its traditional animal never fails to interest, and to Wargrave on his way to his first tiger shoot all other topics were insignificant. The sun went down and darkness settled on the forest. The talk died away and no sound was heard but the soft padding of their elephants' huge feet in the dust of the road. The subaltern soon found the howdah infinitely more trying than a seat on the pad when Badshaw was in motion, for the plunging gait of the animal jerked him backwards and forwards and threw him against the wooden rails if he forgot to hold himself at arm's length from them. The discomfort spoiled his appreciation of the strange, attractive experience of being borne by night through the sleepless forest, where in the dark hours only the bird and the monkey repose, and even to them the creeping menace of the climbing snake affrights the one and the wheeling shapes of the night-flying birds of prey scare the other. But on the ground all are awake. The glimmering whiteness of the road was occasionally blotted by the scurrying forms of animals, hunted and hunters, dashing across it. Once a tiny shriek in the distance broke the silence of the jungle. "A wild elephant," said Colonel Dermot. Then followed the loud crashing of rending boughs and falling trees. "That's a herd feeding. They graze until about 10 o'clock, and then sleep on well into the small hours, wake and begin to feed again at dawn," continued the political officer. Once a wild, unearthly wailing cry that seemed to come from every direction at once startled the subaltern. "Good heavens, what's that?" he exclaimed, gripping his rifle and trying to pierce the darkness around them. "Only a giant owl," was the reply. "It's an uncanny noise. There!" Right over their heads it rang out again, and the stars above them were blotted out for a moment by a dark circling shape above the tree tops. Hour after hour went by as they were borne along through the night, and Wargrave, bruised and battered by the Howdon rails, fell constantly against them, so overcome with sleep was he. At last, to his relief, his companion called a halt for a few hours' rest, and they brought the elephant to his knees, dismounted, and stripped him of the howdah and pad. Sitting on the latter, they supped on sandwiches and coffee from thermos flasks, and then stretched themselves to sleep, while Badshaw, standing over them, grazed on the grasses and branches within reach. Wargrave was dropping off to sleep when he was roused by the sharp, staccato bark of a kakur buck, repeated several times. The tired man lost consciousness and was sunk in profound slumber when the silence of the forest was shattered by a snorting, braying roar that rang through the jungle with alarming suddenness. Wargrave sprang up and groped for his rifle, but his companion lay tranquilly on the pad. "It's all right. It's only a tiger that's missed his spring and is angry about it," he said sleepily. "Lie down again." "Only a tiger, sir," repeated Wargrave, "but it sounded close by." "Yes, but Badshaw will look after us. Don't worry," and the colonel turned over and fell asleep. It was a little time, however, before Frank followed his example, and he had his rifle under his hand when he did. But the dark bulk of the elephant towering over them comforted him as he sank to sleep. A couple of hours later they were on their way again. It was broad daylight before they emerged from the jungle. It seemed strange to be out once more in the wide stretching open and cultivated plains, and to look back on the great forest and, beyond it, to the mountains towering to the sky. Before them lay the flat expanse of the hedgeless, fertile fields dotted here and there with clusters of trimly built huts or thick groves of bamboos, and seamed with the lines of deep nullahs, the tops of the trees in them barely showing above the level and marking their winding course. The dak bungalow at Madpur Duar was soon reached, a single-storied building with a couple of trees shading the well behind it, and a group of elephants and their mahouts. On the veranda Benson and his daughter were standing, the girl dressed in a khaki drill coat and a skirt over breeches and soft leather gaiters, and waving a welcome to Badshah's riders. After a hurried breakfast the latter were ready to start for the day's sport. By then a line of 10 female elephants, the tallest carrying a howdah, the rest only their pads, was drawn up before the bungalow, and a word from their mahouts, their trunks went up in the air, and the animals trumpeted in salute as the party came out on the veranda. "We borrowed Mr. Carter's and the settlement officer's elephants for the beat," said Miss Benson, as, wearing a big pith sun hat and carrying a double-barreled 400 cordite rifle, she led the way down the veranda steps. It had been arranged that she was to take Wargrave with her in her howdah, while her father accompanied Colonel Dermot on Badshaw. Her big elephant knelt down, and a ladder was laid against its side, up which she climbed, followed by the subaltern. When all were mounted, she led the way across the plain. Although the ground was everywhere level, and just there uncultivated, the elephants tailed off in single file, as is the habit of their kind, wild or domesticated, each stepping with precise care into the footprints of the one in front of it. Here in the plains the heat was intense, and Wargrave, shading his eyes from the blinding glare, thought enviously of the coolness up in the mountains that he had left. As they moved along, Muriel explained to him how the beat was to be conducted. When the southern fringe of the Terai jungle borders the cultivated country, it is a favorite haunt of tigers, which from its shelter carry on a war against the farmers' cattle. Creeping down the ravines, seaming the soft soil, and worn by the streams that flow through the forest from the hills, they pull down the cows grazing or coming to drink in the nullahs, which are filled with small trees and scrubs, affording good cover. A tiger, when it is killed, drags the carcass of its prey into shade near water, eats a hearty meal of about 80 pounds of flesh, drinks, and then sleeps until it is ready to feed again. If disturbed, it retreats up the ravine to the forest. So, beating for one with elephants here, the sportsmen place themselves on their howdah-bearing animals between the jungle and the spot where the tiger is known to be lying up, and the beater elephants enter the scrub from the far side and shepherd him gently towards the guns. Pointing to a distant line of tree tops showing above the level plain, she said: "There is the nullah in which, about a mile farther on, a cow was killed yesterday. I hope the tiger is still lying up in it. We'll soon see." They reached the ravine, which was 20 or 30 feet deep, and contained a little stream flowing through tangled scrub, and moved along parallel to it and about a couple hundred yards away. Presently the girl pointed to a tree growing in it, and a quarter of a mile ahead of them. Its upper branches were bending under the weight of numbers of foul-looking, bald-headed vultures, squawking, huddled together, jostling each other on their perches, and pecking angrily at their neighbors with irritable cries. Some circled in the air and occasionally swooped down towards the ground, only to rocket up again, affrightedly, to the sky. For the tiger lay by its kill, and resented the approach of any daring bird that aspired to share the feast. Muriel hurriedly explained how the conduct of the birds indicated the beast's presence. If he were not there, they'd be down tearing the carcass to pieces, she said, as she held up her hand and halted the file behind her. "The beater elephants had better stop here, Colonel," she called out to Dermot. There is a way down and across the Mulla, by which you can take Badshaw to the far side. We will remain on this." The political officer, who was seen and realized the significance of the vultures, waved his hand and moved off at once. Muriel called up the mahouts and bade them enter the ravine and begin the beat in about 10 minutes, then told her driver to go on. Half a mile beyond the tree, she ordered him to halt and take up a position close to the edge of the nullah, in which they could look down. Below them the bottom was clear of scrub, which ended 50 yards away. Dermot stopped opposite, and both elephants were turned to face towards the spot where the tiger was judged to be. "Mr. Wargrave, get to the front of the howdah and be ready," she said in a low tone. The subaltern protested chivalrously against taking the best place. "Oh, it's all right. We've brought you out to get the tiger, so you must do as you're told. If he breaks out this side, take the first shot," she said peremptorily. He submitted and took up his position with cocked rifle. As the nullah wound a good deal, the tops of the trees in it prevented them from seeing if the beater elephants had gone in. But in a few minutes they heard distant shouts and the crashing of the undergrowth as the big animals forced their way through the scrub. "Be ready, Mr. Wargrave," whispered the girl. "Sometimes a tiger starts on the run at the first sound." His nerves a quiver, and his heart beating violently, the subaltern held his rifle at the ready. As the noise of the beaters drew nearer, again and again he brought the butt to his shoulder, only to lower it when he realized that it was a false alarm. The sounds of the beat grew louder and closer, and still there was no sign of the tiger. Frank's heart sank. He saw the vultures stir uneasily, and some rise in the air as the elephants passed under them. At last, through the trees, he began to catch occasional glimpses of the mahouts, and he lost hope. But suddenly, from the scrub below them in the nullah, a number of small birds flew up, and the next instant the edge of the bushes nearest them was parted stealthily, and a tiger slunk cautiously out in the bottom of the ravine. Wargrave's rifle went up to his shoulder, and he fired. A startled roar from the beast told that it was hit, but it bounded in a flash across the ravine and up the steep bank on the other side. On their side, not 40 yards from them. As it scrambled swiftly over the edge, it caught sight of the elephant, and with a deep whoa, charged straight at it. Frank fired again, and his bullet struck up the dust, missing the swift rushing animal by a couple of feet. The next moment, with a roar, the tiger sprang at the elephant. With one leap it landed with its hind paws on the elephant's head, its 4 feet on the front rail of the howdah, standing right over the mahout, who crouched in terror on the neck. The savage, snarling, yellow and black mask was thrust almost into Wargrave's face, and from the open red mouth lined with fierce white fangs, he could feel the hot breath on his cheek as he tugged frantically at the under lever of his rifle to open the breech and reload. In another moment the tiger would have been on top of them in the howdah, when a gun barrel shot past the subaltern and pushed him aside. The muzzle of Muriel's rifle was pressed almost against the brute's skull as she fired. Frank hardly heard the report. All he knew was that the snarling face disappeared as quickly as it had come. The whole thing was an affair of seconds. Shot through the brain, the tiger dropped back to the ground with a heavy thud and fell dead beside the staunch elephant which had never moved all through the terrible ordeal. A cry of relief and a prayer to Allah burst from the gray-bearded Mohammedan mahout as he straightened himself, and Wargrave turned with glowing face and outstretched hand to the girl. "Oh, well done! Splendidly done!" he cried. "You saved me from being lugged bodily out of the howdah, or at least from being mauled. This lever jammed and I couldn't reload." Her eyes shining and face beaming with excitement, she shook his hand. "Wasn't it thrilling? I thought he'd have both of us." Then to the mahout she continued in Urdu, "Gul dad, are you hurt?" The man was solemnly feeling himself all over. He stared at a rent in the shoulder of his coat, torn by the tiger's claw. It was the only injury that he had suffered. He put his finger on it and grumbled, "Missy Baba, the shaitan devil, has torn my coat." In the reaction from the strain, the girl and Wargrave went off in peals of laughter at his words. "But are you not wounded?" Miss Benson repeated. "Has it not clawed you?" The mahout shook his head. "No, Missy Baba, but it was my new coat," he insisted. Frank looked down at the tiger stretched motionless on the yellow grass. "By George, you shot him dead enough, Miss Benson," he exclaimed. She stared down at the animal. "Yes, but it's well to be careful. I've seen a tiger look as dead as that, and yet spring up and maul a man who approached it incautiously," she said. She raised her rifle and covered the prostrate animal. "Throw something at it," she continued. Wargrave took out a couple of heavy copper-cased cartridges and flung them one by one at the tiger's head, striking it on the jaw and in the eye. The animal did not move. "Seems dead enough," said the girl, lowering her rifle. "Here come the beaters." The other elephants had now burst out in line through the scrub. Their mahouts shouted inquiries to Gul dad, and when they heard of the tiger's death, cheered gleefully. For it meant baksheesh to them. Badshah was seen to be searching for a way down into the mullah, and in a few minutes brought his passengers up alongside Miss Benson and the subaltern. Her father and Dermot congratulated the girl warmly, and the latter, having made Badshah kick the tiger to make certain that it was dead, dismounted and examined it. "Here's your shot, Wargrave," he said, pointing to a hole in the belly. "A bit too low, but it made a nasty wound that would have killed the beast eventually." "I'm so ashamed of missing it with my second barrel, sir," said the subaltern. "But for Miss Benson, I'd have been a gone coon." "Yes, it certainly looked exciting enough from our side of the mullah," said the colonel, smiling. "So what must it have been like from where you were? Well, anyhow, it's your tiger." "Oh, nonsense, sir. It's Miss Benson's. I ought to be kicked for being such a muff." "Jungle law, Mr. Wargrave," said the girl, laughing. "You hit it first, so it's your beast." "You needn't be ashamed of missing it," added the colonel. "A charging tiger coming full speed at you is not an easy mark. No, the skin is yours, and Muriel has so many that she can spare it. Well, Miss Benson, I accept it as a gift from you, but I won't acknowledge that I earned it, said the subaltern. Now, we'd better pat it and see about getting back, said Dermot, looking at his watch. The other elephants had now found their way up the bank and joined Badshaw and his companion. When their mahouts heard from Gul Dad the story of the tiger's death, they exclaimed in amazement and admiration, "Ah Ree Chai! O brother! Truly the Missy Baba is a wonder. She will be the death of many tigers, indeed," they said. Then each in turn brought the elephant up to the prostrate animal and made her smell and strike it with her trunk in order to inspire her with contempt for tigers. Colonel Dermot measured it with a tape and found it to be 9 feet 6 inches from nose to tip of tail. It was a young, fully grown male in splendid condition. Then came the troublesome business of padding it, that is, hoisting it on the pad of one of the elephants to bring it back to the bungalow to be skinned. It was not an easy matter, for the tiger weighed nearly 350 pounds, and to raise the limp carcass, which sagged like a feather bed at every spot where there was not a man to support it, was a difficult task, but it was achieved at last, and with the tiger roped firmly on a pad, the elephants started back in single file. As they went over the plain in the burning sun, Wargrave looked back to where the straight body was borne along with stiff, dangling legs. "By Jove, it's been great, Miss Benson," he exclaimed. "Some people say tiger shooting's not exciting. They ought to have been with us today. I am lucky to have got a bison already, and now to have seen this. With luck I'll be having a shot at an elephant next." The girl replied in a serious tone, "Don't say that to Colonel Dermot. Elephants are his especial friends. Besides, you are only allowed to shoot rogues, and since he's been here there have been none in these jungles which formerly swarmed with them. There's no doubt that he has a wonderful uncanny control over even wild elephants. Do you know that once a Rajah tried to have him killed in his place by a mad tusker, which had just slaughtered several men, and the moment the brute got face to face with him, it was cowed and obeyed him like a dog." "Good gracious, is that so?" "Yes, I could tell you even more extraordinary things about his power over elephants, but some day when you're in the jungle with him, you may see it for yourself. Oh, isn't it hot? I do wish we were home." Arrived at the dak bungalow, the tiger's carcass was lowered to the ground and given over to the knives of the flayers summoned from the bazaar of Mapur Duar a mile away. As soon as the news was known in the small town, crowds of Hindu women streamed to the bungalow compound, where their saris (shawls) pulled modestly across their brown faces by rounded arms tinkling with glass bangles, they squatted on the ground and waited patiently until the skin was drawn clear off the raw red carcass. Then they crowded around a couple of the older mahouts who, first cutting off all the firm white fat of the well-fed cattle thief to be melted down for oil, esteemed to be a sovereign remedy for rheumatism, hacked the flesh into chunks, which they then threw into the eager hands of the women. These took the meat home to cook for their husbands to eat, to instill into them the spirit and vigor of a tiger. The skin, spread out and pegged to the ground, was covered with wood ashes and left to dry. Little of the animal was left but the bones, to the disappointment of the wheeling, whistling kites waiting on soaring wings in the sky above. After tea the two officers took their leave with many expressions of gratitude from the younger man to the girl for her kindness in arranging the beat for him. Hours afterwards, as they halted in the forest for a rest in the middle of the night, Colonel Dermot said, "You told me once that you'd like a job like mine, Wargrave. Would you care for frontier political work here?" "I'd love it, sir," exclaimed the subaltern enthusiastically. "Would it be possible to get it?" "Well, I've been thinking for some time of applying to the government of India for an assistant political officer who would help me and take over if I went on leave. But I'd want to train my own man, and not merely accept any youngster who was pitchforked into the department just because he had a father or an uncle with a pull at Simla. Now, if you'd like, I'll apply for you, on condition that you'll work at Bhutanese and the frontier dialects. I'll teach them to you." "I'd like nothing better, sir. I'm not bad at languages." "Yes, I've noticed that your Hindustani is very good and idiomatic. I've been watching you, and I like your manner with natives. One must be sympathetic, kind, and just, but also firm with them. Well, I'll try you. The rainy season will be on us very soon, and then all outdoor work and sport will be impossible. One dare not go into the jungle. It's too full of malaria and blackwater fever. The planters and forest officers have to cage themselves in wire gauze mosquito houses. During the rains you'll have plenty of time to work at the languages." "Thank you very much, Colonel. I promise you I'll go at them hard." "You'll have a fellow student for part of the time. Miss Benson's coming to stay with us during the monsoons for a bit, and she asked me to teach her Bhutanese, too. She wants it, as she has to deal with Bhutia woodcutters and hill folk generally. Well, that's fixed. Good night." "Good night, sir," answered the subaltern, as he lay down on the pad and stared at the stars. He was overjoyed at Colonel Dermot's offer, and as he dropped asleep it was with a thrill of pleasure that he realized he would see something more of the girl who had been his companion that day. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Jungle Girl by Gordon Casserly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A political officer in the making. The lightning spattered the heavens and tore the black sky into 1,000 fragments. The thunder crashed in appalling peals of terrifying sound, which echoed again and again from the invisible mountains. The rain fell in ropes of water that sent the brown, foam-flecked torrents surging full-fledged down every gully and ravine in the mist-wrapped hills. The single steep road of Ranga Duar was now the rocky bed of a racing flood, inches deep, that swirled and raged round Wargrave's high rubber boots as he waded up towards the mess, clad in an oilskin coat, off which the rain splashed. He was glad to arrive at the garden gate, turn in through it, climb the veranda steps, and reach his door. Here he flung aside his coat and kicked off the heavy boots. Entering his room, he pulled on his slippers, filled his pipe with tobacco from a lime-dried bottle, and sat down at one rickety table at the window. Then he took out of his pocket and laid before him a manuscript book filled with notes on the frontier dialects taken at the lesson with Colonel Dermot from which he had just come. He opened it mechanically, but did not even glance at it. His thoughts were elsewhere. Months had elapsed since the day on which he had first seen his first tiger killed. Not long afterwards the rains had come to put a stop to descents into the jungle, but his interest in the preparation for his new work compensated him for the imprisonment within the walls by the terrible tropical storms and the never ceasing downpour. He had flung himself enthusiastically into the study of the frontier languages, of which Colonel Dermot proved to be a painstaking and able teacher. Miss Benson, who had returned to Ranga Duar and remained there longer than she had originally intended, owing to fever contracted in the jungle, joined him in these studies and astonished her fellow pupil by her aptitude and quickness of apprehension. But her presence proved disastrous to him. Thrown constantly together as they were, spending hours every day side by side, the subaltern realized to his dismay that he was falling in love with the girl. It would have been strange had it been otherwise, so pretty and attractive was she. Often Mrs. Dermot, peeping into her husband's office and seeing the dark and the fair head bent close together over a book, smiled to herself, well pleased at the thought of her favourites being mutually attracted. To her husband the thought never occurred. Men are very dull in these matters. But to Wargrave the realization of the truth was unbearable. He was pledged to another woman, whose heart he had won even if unconsciously, who was willing for love of him to give up everything and face the world's censure and scorn. He could not play her false. He had given her his word. He could not now be disloyal to her without utterly wrecking all her chances of happiness in life and dishonoring himself forever in his own eyes. Muriel Benson had left the station 10 days ago to rejoin her father, and Wargrave had instantly felt that he dared not see her again until he was irrevocably and openly bound to Violet. So he had written to her on the morrow of the girl's departure, and without giving her the real reason for his action, begged her to come to him at once, enclosing, as he was now able to do, a check for her expenses. It seemed to him that only by her presence could he be saved from being a traitor to his word. As soon as he had sent the letter, he went to his commanding officer and told him everything. It was not until he was actually explaining his conduct that he realized that he should have obtained his permission before inviting Violet to come, for Major Hunt, as commandant of the station, had the power to forbid her residing in or even entering it. The senior officer listened in silence. When the subaltern had finished, he said, "I've known about this matter since you came, Wargrave. Your colonel wrote me, as your new CO, what I considered an unnecessary and unfair letter giving me the reason of you being sent here. But Hepburn, who I know slightly, discovered I was here, and also wrote explaining matters more fully, and I think more justly." The subaltern looked at him in surprise, but his face brightened at the knowledge of his former commander's kindness. Now, Wargrave, we've got on very well together so far, you and I. I have always been satisfied with your work, and was glad to help you by agreeing to Colonel Dermot's application for you. I believe that you will make a good political officer, otherwise I wouldn't have done so, even though I'm your debtor for saving me from that snake." "Oh, Major, that was nothing," broke in the subaltern. "Anyone would have done it." "Yes, I know, but it happened that you were the anyone. Now, I'm going to talk to you as your friend and not as your commanding officer. Frankly, I am very sorry for what you have just told me. I was hoping that time and separation were curing you and the lady of your folly. Believe me, only unhappiness and misery can come to you both from it." "Perhaps so, sir, but I'm bound in honor." The older man shook his head sadly. "Is honor the word for it? I'll make a confession to you, Wargrave. You consider me a bachelor. Well, I'm not married now, but I was. When I was a young subaltern I was thrown much with a married woman older than myself. I was flattered that she should take any notice of me, for she was handsome and popular with men, while I was a shy, awkward boy. She said she was being a mother to me. You know what a married woman mothering boys leads to in India. She used to tell me how misunderstood she was, neglected, mated to a clown, and all that." Frank grew red at certain memories. "Women have a regular formula when they're looking for sympathy they've no right to. I pitied her. I felt that her husband ought to be shot. Looking back now, I see that he was just the ordinary, easy-going, indifferent individual that most husbands become. But then I deemed him a tyrant and a brute. Well, I ran away with her." He paused and passed his hand wearily across his brow. "There was the usual scandal, divorce, damages and costs, that plundered me into debt I'm not out of yet. We married. In a year we were heartily sick of each other. Hated is nearer the truth. She consoled herself with other men. I protested. We quarreled again and again. At last we agreed to separate, and I insisted on her going to England and staying there. I couldn't trust her in India. Living in lodgings and Bayswater boarding houses wasn't amusing. She got bored. But I wouldn't have her back. She took to drinking and ran up debts that I had to pay. Then, and I selfishly felt glad, but it was a happy release for both, she died. Drank herself to death. Now you know why I'd be sorry that another man should follow the path I trod." He was silent. Wargrave felt an intense sympathy for this quiet, kindly man whose life had been a tragedy. He had guessed from the first that his senior officer had some ever-present grief weighing on his soul. He would have given much to be able to utter words of consolation, but he did not know what to say. Major Hunt spoke again. "You must dree your own weird, Wargrave. If the lady wishes to come here, well, I shall not prevent her, but the General, when he knows of it, will not permit her to remain. But you have to deal with Colonel Dermot. You had better tell him. You might go now." Without a word the subaltern left the bungalow. He went straight to the political officer and repeated his story. Colonel Dermot did not interrupt him, but when he had finished, said, "I have no right and no wish to interfere with your private life, Wargrave, nor to offer you advice as to how to lead it. Your work is all that I can claim to criticize. Of course I see, with Major Hunt, the difficulty that will arise over the lady's remaining in this small station, where her presence must be known to the staff. If you are both resolved on taking this irretrievable step, it would be wiser to defer it until you were elsewhere. I don't offer to blame either of you, for I don't know enough to judge." "Well, sir, perhaps you won't want me under you, and Mrs. Dermot, you mightn't wish me to," stammered the subaltern, standing miserably before him. "Oh, yes, you'll make a good political officer none the less," said the colonel, smiling, "and you need not be afraid of my wife turning away from you with horror. If she can be a friend to the lady, she will. As for you, well, you saved our children, Wargrave." He laid his hand on the young man's shoulder. "You are our friend for life. I shall not repeat your story to my wife. Perhaps some day you may like to tell it to her yourself." Wargrave tried to thank him gratefully, but failed, and picking up his hat went out into the rain. That was days ago, and no answer had come from Violet, so that the subaltern lived in a state of strain and anxious expectation. Indeed, some weeks had passed since her last letter, as usual an unhappy one, and sitting staring out into the grey world of falling rain, turned to flame every minute by the vivid lightning, he racked his brains to guess the reason of her silence. A jangle of bells sounded through the storm. Glancing out, Wargrave saw a curiously grotesque figure climb the veranda steps from the garden and stand shaking itself while the water poured from it. It was an almost naked man, squat and sturdy limbed, with glistening wet brown skin, an oilskin covered package on his back. A short spear hung with bells in his hand. It was the postman. For a miserable pittance he jogged up and down the mountains in fine weather or foul, carrying His Majesty's mails, passing fearlessly through the jungle in peril of wild beasts, his ridiculous weapon, the bells of which were supposed to frighten tigers, his only protection. Wargrave opened the door and went out to him. The man grinned, unslung and opened his parcel. From it he took out a bundle of letters, handed them to the subaltern, and went on to knock at Burke's door with his correspondence. Frank returned to his room with the mail which contained the official letters for the detachment, of which he was still acting as adjutant. He threw them aside when he saw an envelope with Violet's handwriting on it. He tore it open eagerly. To his surprise, the letter was addressed from a hotel in Pune, the large and gay military and civil station in the west of India, a few hours' rail journey inland from Bombay. He skimmed through it rapidly. She wrote that, utterly weary of the dullness of Rohar, she had gone to Pune to spend part of the festive and fashionable season there, and was now reveling in the many dances, dinners, theatricals, and other gaieties of the lively station. Everybody was very kind to her, especially the men. She was invited to the private entertainments at Government House, and His Excellency the Governor always danced with her. Her program was crowded at every ball, and she had been asked to take one of the leading parts in The Country Girl, to be produced by the Amateur Dramatic Society. She had two excellent ponies with which to hunt and to join in gymkhana. She wished Frank could be with her, but probably he was enjoying himself more with his wild beasts and tiger girls. As to his proposal that she should go to him at once in that little station, he must have been mad when he made it. For had they not discussed the matter thoroughly, and decided they must wait? She presumed that he had not suddenly come into a fortune. From his description of Ranga Duar and its inhabitants, it could be no place for her under the circumstances. No, there was nothing to do but wait. Besides, it was so very jolly now at Puna. Frank must not be an impatient boy, and she sent him all her love. His check she had torn up. The subaltern whistled, read the letter again very carefully, folded and put it away. What had come to Violet? This was so unlike her. Still, she had to confess to himself that she was relieved at not yet having to cross the Rubicon. Perhaps she was right. It might be better to wait. He was glad to know that for a time at least she was away from the uncongenial surroundings of Rohar and again enjoying life. He went through the official correspondence, shoved it in his pocket, put on coat and boots, and splashed through the water down the road to the commanding officer's bungalow. When they had discussed the official letters and drafted answers to them, Wargrave told Major Hunt of the gist of Violet's reply. The senior officer nodded, but said nothing about it, and went on to talk of other matters. Next day the subaltern informed Colonel Dermot, who made no comment and did not refer to the matter again. His wife, ignorant of Mrs. Norton's existence, delighted to talk to Wargrave about Muriel, a topic always interesting to him, dangerous though it was to his peace of mind. His thoughts were constantly with the girl, and he sought eagerly for news of her when occasional letters came to Mrs. Dermot from her, touring their wide forest district with her father. Frank had never been able to fathom Burke's feelings towards her. The Irishman's manner to her in public was always light-hearted and cheerfully friendly, but the subaltern suspected that it concealed a deeper, warmer feeling. He betrayed no jealousy of Frank's constant companionship with her when she took part in his studies, and his friendly regard for his younger brother, Officer, never altered. On her side, the girl showed openly that she shared the universal liking that the kindly, peasant-natured doctor inspired. The weary months of the rainy season dragged by, but the subaltern spent them to advantage under Colonel Dermot's tuition, and possessing the knack of readily acquiring foreign languages, made rapid progress with Bhutanese, Tibetan, and the frontier dialects, his good ear for music helping him greatly in getting the correct accent. Another accomplishment of his, a talent for acting, was of service, for the political officer wished him to be capable of penetrating into Bhutan in disguise if need be. So he taught him how to be a merchant, peasant, nobleman's retainer, or a lama red or yellow, of the country, but always a man of northern Bhutan and the Tibetan borderland, for his height and blue eyes were not usual there, though seldom or never seen in the south. Frank was carefully instructed in the appropriate manners, customs, and expressions of each part that he played, how to eat and behave in company, how to walk, sit, and sleep. But he specialized as a Lama, for in that character he would meet with the least interference in the priest-ridden country. He was taught the Buddhist chants and how to drone them, how to carry his praying wheel and finger a rosary to the murmured Om Mani Padme Hung of the Tibetans, and, for he was something of an artist, how to paint the Buddhist pictorial wheel of life, the Sidpai Kor Lo, or cycle of existence, that the gentle Gautama, the Buddha, himself drew first, and that hangs in the vestibule of every lamasery to teach priest and layman the leading law of their religion, rebirth. Colonel Dermot was helped in his instruction of his pupil by his chief spy and confidential messenger, an ex-monk from a great monastery in Pokhara, the capital of Bhutan. This man, Tashi, before he wearied of the cloistered life and fled to India, had been always one of the principal actors in the great miracle plays and devil dances of his lamasery, for he was gifted with considerable histrionic talent. He delighted in teaching Wargrave to play his various roles, for he found the subaltern an apt pupil. As soon as the rains ended, the political officer began to take his disciple with him on his tours and patrols along the frontier. Along they roamed on Badshaw among the mountains on which the border ran in a confusedly irregular line. Sometimes with or without Tashi, they crossed into Bhutan in disguise and wandered among the steep forest-clad hills and deep unhealthy valleys seamed with rivers prone to sudden floods, that rose in a few hours 30 or 40 feet. Wargrave marveled at the engineering skill of the inhabitants who with rude and imperfect appliances had thrown cantilever bridges over the deep gorges of this mountainous southern zone. Among the dull-witted peasants in the villages he practiced the parts that he had learned, speaking little at first and taking care to mingle Tibetan and Chinese words with the language of Bhutan to keep up the fable of his northern birth. He soon promised to be in time as skillful in disguise as his tutor. Colonel Dermot was anxious to investigate the activities of the Chinese amban, reputed to reach their height in the territory just across the Indian border, ruled by the Tuna Pelope, and lying west of the Black Mountain range that divides Bhutan. This great feudal chieftain was reputed to be completely under the influence of Wan Shi Hung, and both anti-British and disloyal to his overlord, the Maharaja or Songa Penelope. The close watch that his martyrdoms kept on the stretch of frontier between his territories and India prevented Dermot from learning what went on behind the scene, for the spies of the political officer's secret screens could not penetrate it and bring back news. Wargrave was present when the last sturdy-limbed Bhutia emissary reported his failure to cross the line. As the man withdrew, the colonel turned to Frank and said, "We go ourselves. I wanted to avoid it if possible, for it wouldn't do for me to be caught. Not only because it would cause political complications, for I'm not supposed to trespass on Bhutanese territory uninvited, but also because fatal accidents might happen to us if Yon Shi Hung and his friends get hold of us. I'm not anxious to die yet. Be ready to start at midnight." "Do you really think we'll be able to get through, sir?" queried the subaltern. "How shall we do it? Wait and see." Before the sun rose next day, Bagshaw was deep in the forest, bearing the two officers and Tashi on his back. He moved rapidly along animal paths through the jungle into a direction parallel with the mountains. Jungle fowl whirred up from under his feet. Deer crashed away through the undergrowth as he passed, but never a shot was fired at them. Though rifles and guns were in the riders' hands, little brown monkeys peeped down at them from the tree tops, or kept leaping away along the air lanes among the leafy branches, swinging by hand or foot, springing across the voids, the babies clutching fast to their mothers' bodies in the dizzy flights. In the afternoon, a distant crashing, which told of trees falling before the pressure of great heads and the weight of huge bodies, made Wargrave ask, "Wild elephants, sir?" Dermot nodded. "Sounds as if they were right in our path. Shall we see them?" "Yes. Don't touch that," said the colonel sharply, for the excited subaltern, who had never yet seen a wild herd, was reaching for his rifle. Wargrave obeyed, remembering Miss Benson's remark on the political officer's love of the great animals. Soon unmistakable signs showed they were on the track of a herd, and presently Frank caught sight of a slate-colored body in the undergrowth, then another and another. As he was wondering how the animals would receive them, Bagshaw emerged on an open glade filled with elephants of all ages and sizes, from new-born woolly calves a bare 3 feet at the shoulder to splendid tuskers 9 feet 10 inches in height and lean, ragged-eared old animals 130 years of age. All were regarding the newcomer, and their trunks were raised to point towards him, while from their throats came a low purring sound, which appeared to the subaltern to have more of pleasure than menace in it. Instead of seeming hostile or alarmed, they behaved as though they had expected and were welcoming their domesticated brother. This was so evident that Frank felt no fear even when they closed in on Bagshaw and touched him with their trunks. Dermot, smiling at his companion's amazement, said, "This is Bagshaw's old herd, Wargrave, and they're used to him and me. I've come in search of them, for it is by their aid that I propose to enter Bhutan." And the subaltern was still more surprised when the animals, which numbered over 100, fell in behind Bagshaw, cows with calves leading, tuskers in rear, and followed him submissively in single file as he headed for the mountains. When night fell, they were climbing above the foothills, under the vivid tropic stars. A couple of hours before midnight the leader halted, and the line behind him scattered to feed on the bamboos and the luscious grasses. Even though the younger calves nuzzled their mother's breasts, Badshaw sank to his knees to allow his passengers to dismount and relieve him of his pad. 3 men ate and then wrapped themselves in their blankets, for it was very cold high up in the mountains, and stretched themselves to sleep. As the great animals around them ceased to feed and rested, Bagshaw lowered himself cautiously to the ground and lay down near his men. Before Wargrave lost consciousness, he marveled at Dermot's uncanny power over the huge beasts around them, a power that could make the shy mammoths thus subservient to his purposes. He began to understand why his companion was regarded as a demigod by the wild jungle folk and hill dwellers. When at daybreak the herd moved on again, climbing over higher in the mountains, the 3 men lay flat on Badshaw's back and covered themselves with their gray blankets, lest vigilant watchers on the peaks around might espy them. Thus do the malhoots of the Kunkies, or trained female elephants employed in hunting and snaring wild tuskers, conceal themselves during the chase. But darkness shielded them effectively when the herd swept at length through a rocky pass on the frontier line between India and Bhutan, and with cries of fear and dismay armed men seated around watchfires fled in panic before the earth-shaking host. The screen was penetrated. Daylight found them on the banks of a broad, swift-flowing river in a valley between the range of mountains through which they had passed and a line of still more formidable and snow-clad peaks. The elephants swam the wide and rushing water, for all land animals their kind are the best swimmers. The tiniest babies were supported by the trunks of their mothers, on to whose backs older calves climbed and were thus carried across. Without stopping, the herd plunged into the awful passes of the next range, of which they were not clear until the evening of the following day. Then they halted in dense forest. Next morning Dermot took from the pockets of Badshaw's pad the dresses and other things that they needed for their disguises, and instead of replacing the pad, concealed it carefully. Then he said, "We'll leave our escort here, Wargrave, and carry on by ourselves, for we are not far from inhabited and cultivated country, and indeed fairly near the Jong castle of our enemy Penelope of Tuna." The wild elephants were feeding all around. Paying no heed to them, the colonel turned to Badshaw and pointing to the ground said one word, "Raho!" Remain. Then he continued to Wargrave, "We'll find them, or they'll find us, whenever we return." An hour later 2 elderly llamas in soiled yellow robes and horn-rimmed spectacles, followed by a lame coolie carrying their scanty possessions, emerged, rosary and praying wheel in hand, from the forest into the cultivated country. For some weeks they wandered unsuspected through the Tuna Penelope's dominions, even penetrated into his own Jong, where they were entertained and their prayers solicited by his cutthroat retainers. They learned enough to realize that the Amban was endeavoring by the free supply of arms and military instructors to form here the nucleus of a trained force to be employed eventually against India, backed up by reinforcements of Chinese troops and contingents from other parts of Bhutan. Their investigations completed, they returned safely to the forest in which they had left the herd, and much to Wargrave's relief, they had not been many hours camped on the spot where they had parted with them when Badshaw and his wild companions appeared. The spies returned to India as they had come, unseen and unsuspected. This excursion was but the first of many that Wargrave made with the colonel and the herd. He soon began to know almost every member of it and make friends, not only with the solemn but friendly little calves, but even with their less trusting mothers. He was now thoroughly at home in the jungle, and no longer needed a tutor in sport. His one room in the mess began to be overcrowded with trophies of his skill with the rifle. Other tiger skins had joined the first, and although he had not secured a second bison, several good heads of sambar, kakur, and cheetul, or spotted deer, hung on his whitewashed stone walls. Thus, with sport and work more fascinating than sport, Wargrave found the months slipping by. From Raymond he learned that Violet had returned to Rohar before she wrote herself. When she did, she seemed to be in a brighter and more affectionate as well as calmer mood than she had been before her visit to Puna. But gradually her letters became less and less frequent, and Frank began to wonder, with a little sense of guilty, shamed hope, if she were beginning to forget him. Christmas came, and with it coming, Ranga Duar woke again to life. Besides the Bensons and Carter, who now brought his wife, Mrs. Dermot's brother, a subaltern in an Indian cavalry regiment, and 5 planters, old friends of his from the district in which he had once been a planter himself, came to spend Christmas in the small station. Major Hunt's bungalow and the mess took in the overflow from the political officer's house. Brian and Eileen had the gayest, happiest time of their little lives. Presents were heaped on them. Muriel and Frank initiated them into all the delights of their first Christmas tree, and Burke introduced them to a real Punch and Judy show. On Christmas Day, Badshaw, his neck encircled with a garland of flowers procured from the plains, was led up solemnly by his seldom seen mahout to present Colonel Dermot with a gilded lime and receive in return a present of silver rupees which passed into the possession of the said mahout. Then he was fed with dainties by the children, and Eileen insisted on being tossed aloft by the curved trunk, to the detriment of her starched party frock. The weather was appropriate to the season, cold and bright, and although no snow fell so low down, it froze at night, so that the Europeans could indulge in the luxury, in India, of gathering around blazing wood fires after dinner. All, young and old, thoroughly enjoyed this almost English-like Christmas, all but one. Burke's attentions to Muriel became more marked and more full of meaning than they had ever been before, and it was patent that he intended to put his fate to the touch during this visit of hers. He did so without success, it seemed, for before she left there was an evident sense of constraint between them, and they tried to avoid sitting beside each other or being left alone together, even for a moment. Shortly after the departure of the visitors, Bert contrived to effect an exchange to another station, to the regret of all in the little outpost, and he was replaced by a young Scots surgeon named MacDonald, his opposite in every way. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Jungle Girl by Gordon Casserly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Tragedy. The annual Durbar for the reception of the Bhutan envoy and the payment of the subsidy had come and gone again. The Deb Zimpun, who had not been accompanied by the Chinese amban on this occasion, had departed, and of the few European visitors only Miss Benson remained. Colonel Dermot had been called away to Simla to confer with officials of the Foreign Department on matters of frontier policy. Major Hunt was ill with fever, leaving Wargrave, who was still nominally attached to the military police, in command of the detachment. It was delicious torture to Frank to be in the same place again with Muriel, to see her from the parade ground or the mess veranda, playing in the garden with the children, to meet her every day and talk to her and yet be obliged to school his lips and keep them from uttering the words that trembled on them. A few nights after the Durbar he dined with Mrs. Dermot and Muriel and was sitting on the veranda of the political officer's house with them after dinner. He was wearing white mess uniform. The evening was warm and very still, and whenever the conversation died away, no sound save the monotonous note of the night jars or the sudden cry of a barking deer broke the silence, since the echoes of the lights out bugle call had died away among the hills. Wargrave looked at his watch. "It's past 11 o'clock," he said. "I'd no idea it was so late. I ought to get up and say good night, but I'm so comfortable here, Mrs. Dermot." His hostess smiled lazily at him, but made no reply. Again a peaceful hush fell on them. With startling suddenness it was broken. From the fort 400 yards away a rifle shot rang out, rending the silence of the night and reverberating among the hills around. Wargrave sprang to his feet as shouts followed and a bugle shrilled out the sound-gripping alarm, the call that sends a thrill through every soldier's frame, for always it tells of disaster. Heard thus at night in barracks, swift following on a shot, it spoke of crime, of murder, the black murder of a comrade. The two women had risen anxiously. "What is it? Oh, what is it?" they asked. The subaltern spoke lightly to reassure them. "Nothing much, I expect. Some man on guard fooling with his rifle let it off by accident," he said quietly. "Excuse me, I'd better stroll across to the fort and see." But Mrs. Dermot stopped him. "Wait a moment, please, Mr. Wargrave," she said, running into the house. She returned immediately with her husband's big automatic pistol and handed it to him. In her left hand she held a smaller one. "Take this with you. It's loaded," she said. Frank thanked her, said good night to both calmly, and walked down the garden path, but the anxious women heard him running swiftly across the parade ground. "What is it, Noreen?" What does it mean?" asked the girl nervously. "A sepoy running amok, I'm afraid," replied her friend. "He shot someone." She swung round, pistol raised. "Kohen Hai? Who's that?" she called out. A man had come noiselessly on to the shadowed end of the veranda. "It is I, Mem Sahib," answered Sher Afzul, her Punjabi Mohammedan butler. He had been in her service for 5 years, and was devoted to her and hers. He was carrying a rifle, for his master at his request had long ago given him arms to protect his Mem Sahib. Before her marriage he had once fought almost to the death to defend her when her brother's bungalow had been attacked by rebels during a rising. "It would be well to go into the house and put out the lights, Mehem Sahib," he said quietly in Hindustani. "There is danger tonight." As he spoke, he extinguished the lamp on the veranda and closed the doors of the house. A second armed servant came quietly on to the veranda, and the butler melted into the darkness of the garden. But they heard him go to the gate as if to guard it. "You had better go inside, Muriel," said Mrs. Dermott, but made no move to do it herself. The girl did not appear to hear her. She was listening intently for any sound from the fort, but silence had fallen on it. "Muriel, won't you go into the house?" repeated her hostess. "Eh? What? No, I couldn't. I must stay here," replied Miss Benson impatiently. In the black darkness the other women could not see her, but she felt the girl's every sense was alert and strained to the utmost. She moved to her and put her arm about her. Against it she could feel Muriel's heart beating violently. Suddenly, from the fort came the noise of heavy blows and a crash, instantly followed by a shot, and then fierce cries. "Oh my God, what is happening?" murmured the girl, her hand on her heart. Presently there came the sound of running feet, and heavy boots clattered up the rocky road towards the mess past the gate. Then the butler's voice rang out in challenge. "Kon Jatha? Who goes there?" A panting voice answered. "Wargrave Sahib Murga. Doctor Sahib ko Blana ko Jakha. Wargrave Sahib is killed. I go to call the Doctor Sahib." And the sepoy ran on in the darkness. "Oh God! Oh God!" cried the girl, and tried to break from her friend's clasp. "Let me go! Let me go!" "Where to?" asked Noreen, holding the frenzied girl with all her strength. "To him! He's dead! Didn't you hear? He's dead! I must go to him!" She struggled madly and beat fiercely at the hands that held her. "Let me go! Let me go! Oh, he's dead!" she wailed. "Dead! And I loved him so! Oh, be merciful! Let me go to him!" And suddenly her strength gave way and she clasped into Noreen's arms, weeping bitterly. They heard the clattering steps meet others coming down the hill, and a hurried conversation ensue. Noreen recognized one of the voices. Then both men came running down. "It's the doctor," said Mrs. Dermott. "Come to the gate and we'll ask him what has happened." "Mr. McDonald! Mr. McDonald!" she cried as the hurrying footsteps grew near. "Who's that? Mrs. Dermott? For God's sake, get into the house. There's a man running amok. Wargrave's killed. I'm wanted." And the doctor, taking no thought of danger to himself, when there was need of his skill, ran on into the darkness. I will go, cried Muriel. Very well, perhaps it's not true. We must know. We may be able to help, replied her friend. And with a word to Cher Afzul to guard her babies from danger, she seized Muriel's hand, and the two girls ran towards the fort in the track that Wargrave had followed to his death, it seemed. Pistol in hand, Wargrave had raced across the parade ground. At the gate of the fort he was challenged, and when he answered, an Indian officer came out of the darkness to him. Sahib, he said hurriedly, Havildar Mohammed Ashraf Khan has been shot in his bed in barracks. The sentry over the magazine is missing with his rifle. Wargrave entered the fort. Opposite the guard room, the detachment was falling in rapidly, the men carrying their rifles and running up from their barrack rooms in various stages of undress. By the flickering light of a lantern held up for him, a non-commissioned officer was calling the roll, and his voice rumbled along in monotonous tones. The guard was standing under arms. Put out that lamp, cried the subaltern sharply. It would only serve to light up other marks for the invisible assassin if, like most men who run amok, he meant to keep on killing until slain himself. No, take it into the guard room and shut the door. In the darkness, the silence was intense, broken only by the heavy breathing of the unseen men and the clattering of the feet of some latecomer. Suddenly there rang out through the night the most appalling sound that had ever assailed Wargrave's ears. It was as the cry of a lost soul in all the agony of the damned, an eerie, unearthly wail that froze the blood in the listener's veins. In the invisible ranks, men shuddered and clutched at their neighbors. Kuda ki nam nen kia hey? In the name of God, what is that? Gasped the subaltern. The Indian officer at his side answered in a low voice. It is Ashraf Khan crying out in pain, Sahib. He is not yet dead. Subheader Sahib, come with me, said Wargrave. Let your Jemdar, lieutenant, take the men one by one into the guard room and examine the rifles to see if any have been fired. We don't know yet if the missing sentry did the deed. The subheader, company commander, gave the order to his subordinate and followed Wargrave to the barrack room in which the crime had been committed. The sight that met the subaltern's eyes was one that he was not easily to forget. The high-roofed chamber was in darkness, save at one end where a small lamp cast weird shadows on the walls and vaulted ceiling. At this end, under the flickering light, a group of figures stood round a bed on which a man was writhing in agony. He was struggling in delirious frenzy to hurl himself to the stone floor, and was only held down by the united efforts of 3 men. From a bullet wound in his bare chest, the life-blood welled with every movement of his tortured body. He had been shot in the back as he lay asleep. The lips, covered with a bloody froth, were drawn back tightly over the white teeth clenched in agony, and red foam lay on the black beard. Out of the sweat-bathed, ghastly face, the eyes glared in frenzy. The features were contorted with pain. Again and again the wild shrieks like the howl of a mad thing rang through the long room and out into the night. With tear-filled eyes and heart torn with pity, Wargrave looked down at him in silence. Ashraf Khan was one of his best men. "But where is the doctor, Sahib?" he asked the native officer suddenly. The subheader stared and shook his head. In the excitement, no one had thought of sending for the medical officer. Wargrave turned to one of the men around the bed. "Mahbub Khan, run hard to the mess and call the doctor, Sahib. Here, stop." He remembered that MacDonald did not possess a revolver. For all one knew, he might encounter the murderer on his way. Wargrave thrust Mrs. Dermot's pistol into the sepoy's hand, saying, "Give the Sahib that." The man, who was barefoot, ran out of the chamber and went to his own barrack room for his shoes, for the road was rocky and covered with sharp stones. The subaltern turned away with a sigh from the bedside of his poor comrade. He could do nothing now but avenge him. As he walked away from the group, he trod on an empty cartridge case and picked it up. It had recently been fired. It told its tale, for it showed that the assassin had reloaded over his victim and intended that the killing should not end there. If he were the missing sentry, then he had 9 more cartridges left. 9 human lives in the blood-stained hand. And as the subaltern crossed the veranda outside the barrack room, the Jamandar met him and reported that all the rifles of the detachment had been examined and found clean except the missing weapon of the sentry, a young Pathan sepoy called Gul Muhammad. It was remembered that the dying Havildar sergeant had reprimanded him hotly on the previous day for appearing on parade with accoutrements dirty. So little a cause was needed to send a man to his death. The first thing to be done now was to hunt for the murderer. While he went free, no one's life was safe. Wargrave shuddered at the thought of danger coming to Muriel or her friend, and he hoped that they were safely shut in their house. It was a difficult problem to know where to begin the search. The fort was full of hiding places, especially at night, and already the assassin might have escaped over the low wall surrounding it. As Wargrave stood perplexed, another Indian officer ran up, accompanied by 2 men with rifles. "Sahib, Sahib," he whispered excitedly, "the murderer is in my room, the one next that in which Ashraf Khan was shot. I left the door wide open when I ran out. It is now shut and bolted from the inside, and someone is moving about in it." The subaltern went along the veranda to the door and tried it. It was firmly fastened. "Here, Sahib," cried a sepoy who ran up with a comrade carrying a heavy log. "Shabash! Well done! Break in the door," said Wargrave. Other men, who had come up, seized the long log and dashed it violently against the door. The bolt held, but the frail hinges gave way, and the door fell in. "Stand back!" cried Wargrave. It seemed certain death to enter the room in which a murderer lurked in darkness, armed with a rifle and fixed bayonet, and resolved to sell his life dearly. But the subaltern did not hesitate. He was the only Sahib there, and of course it was his duty to go in. He could not ask his men to risk a danger that he shirked himself. That is not the officer's way, whose motto must ever be follow where I lead. Wargrave sprang into the room unarmed. He was outlined against the faint light outside. A spurt of flame lit the darkness, and the subaltern, as he tripped over the raised threshold, felt that he was shot. He staggered on. A rifle lunged forward, and the bayonet stabbed him in the side. But with a desperate effort he closed with his unseen assailant and grappled fiercely with him. Struggling to overpower the assassin before his ebbing strength left him, he fought madly. The Indian officers and sepoys blocking up the doorway could see nothing, but they could hear the choking gasps, the panting breaths, the muttered curses, and the stamping feet of the combatants locked in the death grapple. They could not interfere. They dared not fire. In impotent fury, they shouted, "Bring lamps! Bring lamps!" Then, groaning in their powerlessness to aid their beloved officer, they listened as a light danced over the stones from a lantern in the hand of a running sepoy. The moment it came and lit up the scene, they rushed on the murderer, wrestling fiercely with Wargrave, and dragged him off as the subaltern collapsed and fell to the ground. The glare of the lantern shone on his white face. "The Sahib is dead," cried a sepoy, and sprang at the murderer, who was struggling in the grip of the two powerfully built Indian officers. Others followed him, and his captors had to fight hard and use all their authority to keep the prisoner from being killed by the bare hands of his maddened comrades. Only the arrival of the armed men of the guard saved him. Frenzied with grief, the sepoys bent over their officer lying motionless and apparently dead on the stone floor. They loved him. Many of them wept openly and unashamed. The sub-header knelt beside him and opened his shirt. The blood had soaked through the white mess jacket that Wargrave wore. The native officer looked up into the ring of brown faces bent over him. Suddenly he cried angrily, "Mahbub Khan, why hast thou not gone for the Doctor Sahib, as thou wert told, O son of an owl?" The face staring in horror between the heads of the sepoys was hurriedly withdrawn, and Mahbub Khan, who had lingered to see the end of the tragedy, turned and pushed his way out of the crowd. MacDonald found the subaltern lying, to all appearances dead, on the broken door out in the open, where they had gently carried him. "Hold a light here," he cried, as he knelt down beside the body. By now a dozen lanterns or more lit up the scene. The doctor laid his ear against Wargrave's chest and held a polished cigarette case to his lips. Then he pulled back the shirt to examine his injuries. "Oh, is he dead? Is he dead?" cried a trembling voice. The doctor, looking up angrily, found Miss Benson and Mrs. Dermott standing over him. The sepoys had silently made way for them. "You shouldn't be here, ladies," he said with justifiable annoyance. "This is no place for you. No, he's not dead, and I hope and think that he won't die." "Oh, thank God!" cried the two women. The sepoys crowding round and hanging on the doctor's verdict could not understand the words but saw the look of joyous relief on their faces and guessed the truth. A wild, confused cheer went up to the stars. "Mr. MacDonald," said Mrs. Dermott, bending over him again, "will you bring him to my house? There is no accommodation for him in your little hospital, you know, and he'd have no one to look after him in the mess. I can nurse him." The doctor straightened himself on his knee and looked down at the unconscious man. "Yes, Mrs. Dermott, it is a good idea," he replied. "There is nowhere else where he'd get any attention. My hands are full with Major Hunt. He's taken a turn for the worse. His temperature went up dangerously high tonight, and he was almost delirious." He stood up. "I can't examine Wargrave properly here. He seems to be wounded in 2 places. But I hope it's not. I think he'll pull through. His pulse is getting stronger. I put a first dressing on.
And I think we can move him."
Hi, stretcher eat her Lao. Bring the stretcher here." Suddenly Wargrave opened his eyes and looked up in the doctor's face. "Is that you, MacDonald?" he asked dreamily. "Never mind me. I'm all right. Go to poor Ashraf Khan. If he must die, at least give him something to put out of his misery. I can wait." His voice trailed off and he relapsed into unconsciousness. Ordering him to be carried away, the doctor, after a word with the Indian officers, entered the barrack room. It was useless. Ashraf Khan had just died. The crowd fell back in a wide circle to let the 2 hospital orderlies bring up the stretcher for Wargrave, and, as they did, left a group of men standing isolated in the center. All of these were armed, except one whose hands were pinioned behind his back. His head was bare, his face bruised and bleeding, and his uniform nearly torn off his body. It needed no telling that he was the murderer. Miss Benson walked up to him with fierce eyes. "You dog!" she cried bitterly in Urdu. The man who had smiled defiantly when the hands of his raging comrades were seeking to tear the life out of his body and had shouted out his crime in their faces, cowered before the anger in the flaming eyes of this frail girl. He shrank back between his guards. The sepoys looking on howled like hungry wolves and, as Mrs. Dermott drew the girl back, made a rush for the murderer. The men of the guard faced them with leveled bayonets and ringed their prisoner round, and the sepoys fell back sullenly. Suddenly a shrill voice cried in Hindustani, make way there! What has happened?" The circle of men gaped, and through the opening came Major Hunt, white-faced, wasted, shaking with fever, and clad only in pajamas and a great coat, and with bare feet thrust into unlaced shoes. He staggered feebly in among them, revolver in hand. "Heaven and earth! Is Wargrave dead?" he cried, and tottered towards the stretcher. Suddenly the pistol dropped from his shaking hand, and he fell forward on the stones before MacDonald could catch him. "This is madness," muttered the doctor. "It may kill him. I hoped he wouldn't hear the alarm." "Bring him to my house, too," said Mrs. Dermott. Another stretcher was fetched. The major lifted tenderly into it, and the sad procession started, the sepoys falling back silently to make way. Major Hunt having been put to bed in one of the guest rooms of the political officer's house, MacDonald, with the aid of the subaltern servant, undressed Wargrave and examined his injuries. Noreen holding a basin for him while Muriel, shuddering, carried away the blood-tinged water and brought fresh. The shot wound, though severe, was not necessarily dangerous, and the bullet had not lodged in him. The doctor was relieved to find that the bayonet had not penetrated deeply, but it only glanced along a rib, tearing the intercostal muscles and inflicting a long, jagged, but superficial wound which bled freely. Indeed, the most serious matter was the great loss of blood, which had weakened the subaltern considerably. Wargrave did not recover consciousness until early morning. When he opened his eyes, they fell on Muriel sitting by his bed. He showed no surprise, and the girl, scarce daring to believe that he was awake and knew her, did not venture to move. But as he continued to look steadily at her, she gently laid her hand on his where it lay on the coverlet. Then, in a weak voice, he said, "Dearest, I mustn't love you. I mustn't. I'm bound in honor, bound to another woman, and I must play the game. It's hard sometimes, but if I die, I want you to know I loved you. Only you." Her heart seemed to stop suddenly, then beat again with redoubled force. Was he conscious? Was he speaking to her? Did he know what his words meant? She waited eagerly for him to continue, but his hand closed on hers in a weak grip, and shutting his eyes, he seemed to sleep. The girl sank on her knees beside the bed and stared at the pale face that in those few words recurred to her, and a sharp pain pierced her heart. There was another woman then, one who held his promise. Who was she? He could not be secretly married. Surely no. It must be that he was engaged to some other girl. But he loved her. Muriel. He wanted to say so. He had said so, though he strove to hold back. In honor bound, he would play the game. Ah, that he would do at any cost to himself, for she knew his chivalrous nature. But he loved her. She was sure of it. Then the doubts came again. Did he know what he was saying? Was it perhaps only delirium that spoke? The fever of his wounds? The girl suffered an agony worse than death as she knelt beside the bed, her forehead on his hand, and Noreen, entering softly an hour later, found her still crouched there, weeping bitterly but silently. Shortly after sunrise, MacDonald entered the house, wan and haggard, for he had not been to bed at all. Besides the hours that he had spent with his patients, he had been busy in the fort all night. He had to make an autopsy of the dead man, and, as the only officer available, investigate the crime, examine the witnesses and the prisoner, who calmly confessed his guilt, and telegraph the news of the occurrence to regimental, divisional, and army headquarters. He found Major Hunt sleeping peacefully, but Wargrave woke as he tiptoed into the room and looked up at him. At first, not seeing the woman, he was fully conscious and asked eagerly for an account of what had happened. Noreen and Muriel shuddered at the delight with which he heard the murderer's capture, for they were too tender-hearted to understand his passionate desire to avenge the cruel slaying of one of his men. When he turned away from MacDonald, he saw Muriel. His eyes shone eagerly for a moment, then seemed to dull as memory returned to him. He begged Mrs. Dermott to forgive him for upsetting her domestic arrangements by his intrusion into the house. Later in the morning, Noreen was sitting alone with him, having sent Muriel to lie down for a couple of hours. She had not been to bed herself, but after a bath and a change of clothing, had given her children their breakfast and bidden them to make no noise because their beloved Frankie was lying ill in the house. Yet she could not forbear to smile when she saw the portentous gravity with which Eileen tiptoed out into the garden to tell Bagshaw the news and order him to be very quiet. Now looking fresh and bright, she sat beside Wargrave's bed. Since the doctor had left him, he had lain thinking. He felt that Violet must be informed at once that he had been hurt, but was in no danger, lest she might learn of the occurrence through another source and believe him to be worse than he really was. As he looked at Mrs. Dermott, the desire to ask her instead of MacDonald if she would be the one to communicate with Mrs. Norton grew overwhelming, and he felt that he wanted to confide to her the whole story, sure that she would understand, and she would tell Muriel, for she had been quite conscious when she had spoken to the girl in the morning. It was only right after that she should know the truth, but he shrank from telling it to her himself. So he opened his heart to Noreen, and the understanding little woman listened sympathizingly and made no comment, and undertook to explain the situation to Muriel. So an hour or two later, when MacDonald was again with the subaltern, she went to her friend's room and told her the whole story. The girl's first feeling was anger at the thought of Frank making love to a married woman. Seems to me it's the married woman who made it to him, from what I can gather, said Noreen, a little annoyed with Muriel for her way of receiving the story. He did not say so, but it was easy to guess the truth. Now, my dear, don't be absurd. Men are not angels, and if a pretty woman flings herself at the head of one of them, it's hard for him to keep her at arm's length. And you've
Scene.
yourself in Darjeeling how some of them, the married ones especially, do chase them. Her eyes grew hard as she continued. I remember how Kevin once was. Then she stopped. But Frank, how could he? How could he? And he loved her, sobbed the girl. Don't be silly, Muriel. I'll tell you, I don't believe he ever did. He loves you now. Oh, do you think he does? What am I to do? Nothing. Merely go along as you've been doing. Just be friendly and don't be hard on him. He's had a bad time. I've always felt that there was something troubling him. Now I know, and I'm not going to let him ruin himself and throw away his happiness for a woman who's not worth it. He's the nicest, cleanest minded man I've known after Kevin and my brother. He saved my babies, and for that I'd do anything for him. I feel almost as if he were one of my children, and I'll stand by him if you won't. Oh, but I will, cried the girl. But how can I help him? As I said, by acting as if nothing had happened, and just keep on being friends. It oughtn't to be hard. See how he's suffering and think how brave he's been. Remember, he loves you and you do care for him, don't you? I've an idea that he hopes that this woman is tiring of him and may set him free. Of course, he didn't say as much, but she nodded sagely. Her intuition had told her more of his feelings in a minute than Frank had dared to acknowledge to himself in many months. Anything I can do to help to bring that about, I will.
The days went by, and Wargrave, aided by his clean living, the devoted nursing that he received,
And the cool, healthy mountain air began to mend. Major Hunt had recovered and returned to duty, relieving the officer sent from headquarters to command during his illness. Colonel Dermot had come back from Simla with Frank's appointment to the political department as his assistant in his pocket. The murdered man had long ago been laid to rest by his comrades, but his slayer still sat fettered in the one cell of the fort awaiting
of the great court martial for his trial.
and seeing from his barred window the even routine of the life that had been his for 3 years still going on, but with no place in it for him. The period of Wargrave's convalescence was a very happy time for him. Muriel had remained a whole month after the eventful night. For Mrs. Dermot declared that, with the care of her house and children, she had no time to nurse the subaltern, and the girl must stay to do it while he was in any danger. So she lingered in the station to do him willing service. Wait on him, chat or read to him, give him her arm when he was first allowed to leave his room, and did it all with the bright, cheerful kindness of a friend. No more. She never alluded to his words to her, but her patient somehow guessed that she had not been angered by the revelation of the state of his feelings toward her, and from the tenderness of her manner to him, the unconscious jealousy that she displayed if anyone but she did any service for him, he began to half hope, half fear, that she cared a little for him in return. But even as he thought this, he realized that he must not allow her to do so. At last the time came when she had to return to her father down in the vast forest, and bravely she said goodbye to everyone, and most of all to Frank. The tears blinded her as she sat on the back of the elephant that bore her away, and saw the hills close in and shut from her gaze the little station that held her heart. Wargrave, however, was not left to pine in loneliness after her departure. All day long, as they were allowed, the children stayed with him, Eileen smothering him with her caresses at regular intervals. They told him their doings, confided their dearest secrets to him, and demanded stories. And Frankie racked his brains to recall the fairy tales of his own childhood, to repeat to the golden-haired mites perched on his bed and gazing at him in awed fascination. The girl uttering little shrieks at the harrowing details of the wicked deeds of giant Blunderbore and the cruel deceit of the wolf that devoured Red Riding Hood. But the subaltern had a grimmer visitor one day. The orders came at last for Gul Mohammed to be sent to Calcutta to stand his trial without waiting for Wargrave's recovery, the latter's evidence being taken on commission. The prisoner begged that he might be allowed to see the wounded officer before he left, and Frank, having consented, he was brought to the subaltern's bedroom when he was marched out of the fort on the first stage of his journey to the gallows. It was a dramatic scene. The stalwart young Pathan in uniform, with his wrists handcuffed, stood with all the bold bearing of his race by the bedside of the man that he had tried to kill, while two powerful sepoys armed with drawn bayonets hemmed him in, their hands on his shoulders. The prisoner looked for a moment at the pale face of the wounded man, then his bold eyes suffused with tears as he said, "Huzoor, the presence. I am sorry. Had I known that night it was your honor, I would not have lifted my rifle against you. The Sahib has always been good to me, to all of us. My enemy I slew, as we of the Putana must do to all who insult us. That deed I do not regret." Wargrave looked up sorrowfully at the splendidly built young fellow, barely 21, who had only done as he had been taught to do from his cradle. Among Pathans, blood only can wash away the stain of an insult. The officer felt no anger against him for his own injuries and regretted that false notions of honor had led him to kill a comrade and were now sending him to a shameful death. "I am sorry, Gul Mohammed, very sorry," he said. "You were always a good soldier, and now you must die." The Pathan drew himself up with all the haughty pride of his race. "I do not fear death, Sahib. They will give me the noose. But my father can spare me. He has 5 other sons to fight for him. If only Sahib would forgive." Wargrave, much moved, held out his hand to him. The prisoner touched it with his manacled ones, then raised his fingers to his forehead. "For your kindness, Sahib, salam." Then he turned and walked proudly out of the room, and Wargrave heard the tramp of heavy feet on the rocky road outside as the prisoner was marched away on the long trail to the gallows. 2 months later, Gul Mohammed was hanged in the courtyard of Alipur jail in Calcutta before detachments of all the regiments garrisoning the city. The subaltern had long chafed at the restraint of an invalid before MacDonald took him off the sick list and he was free to wander again with Colonel Dermot in the forest and among the mountains. Before the hot weather ended, Raymond came to spend 3 weeks with him and be initiated into the delights of sport in the great jungle. When the long imprisonment of the rains came, Wargrave began to suffer in health, for his wounds had sapped his strength more than he knew, and MacDonald shook his head over him. Nor was he the only invalid, for little Brian grew pale and listless in the mists that enveloped the outpost constantly now, until finally the doctor decreed that his mother, much as she hated parting from her husband and her home, must take the children to Darjeeling, and he ordered the subaltern to go too. Frank did not repine. After Mrs. Dermot had casually intimated that Muriel Benson was arranging to join her at the railway station and accompany her on a long visit to Darjeeling. It was Wargrave's first introduction to a hill station, and everything was a delightful novelty to him, from the quaint little train that brought them up the 7,000 feet to their destination in the pretty town of villas, clubs, and hotels in the mountains, to the glorious panorama of the eternal snows and Kinchinjunga's lofty crests that rise like fairyland into the sky at early dawn and under the brilliant Indian moon. As Mrs. Dermot could not often leave her children, it was Muriel, who knew Darjeeling well, who became his guide. Together every day they set out from their hotel. Together they scaled the heights of Jalapar, or rode down to watch the polo on the flat hilltop of Libong, 1,000 feet below. Together they explored the fascinating bazaar and bought ghost daggers and turquoises in the quaint little shops. Together they went on picnics down into the deep valleys on the way to Sikkim. They played tennis, rinked or danced together at the amusement club, and the ladies at the tea tables in the great lounge smiled significantly and whispered to each other as the good-looking fair man and the pretty dark-haired girl came in together when the light was fading on the mountains. Frank forgot cares. He ceased to brood unhappily, for it had come to that. On Violet, who, as her rare letters told him, had spent the hot weather in the Bombay Hill station of Mahabaleshwar, and was now enjoying life during the rains in gay Pune. She seldom wrote, and then but scrappily, and it seemed to him certain that she was forgetting him, and he felt ashamed as the joy which filled him at the thought. Was he always destined to be only the friend of this girl he loved, the lover of a woman to whom he wished to be a friend? End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Jungle Girl by Gordon Casserly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Rooted in Dishonour. Government House, Ganishkine, outside Pune, the residence of the Governor of Bombay during the rains, was blazing with light and gay with the sound of music, for His Excellency was giving a fancy dress ball. Motors and carriages were still rolling up in a long line to the entrance where the gorgeously clad Indian cavalry soldiers of the governor's bodyguard, tall and stately black bearded men in long scarlet tunics, white breeches, and high black boots, their heads swathed in gaudy lungis, turbans, with tails streaming down their backs, holding steel-headed bamboo lances with red and white pennons in their white gauntleted right hands, lined the approach. Inside, the splendid ballroom, ablaze with electric lights, was crowded with gaily dressed figures in costumes beautiful or bizarre. The good-looking middle-aged baron, who was the king's representative in the Bombay presidency, was standing, dressed as Charles II, beside his plain but pleasant-featured wife in the garb of Amy Robsart, receiving the last of their guests, while already the dancing had begun. Later in the evening a group of officers in varied costumes stood near one of the entrances criticizing the dresses and the company. "By George, that's a magnificent kit," said a garrison gunner, just arrived on short leave from Bombay. "What's it supposed to be?" "A Polish hussar, I think," replied a subaltern in Wellesley's Rifles. "No, he's Murat, Napoleon's cavalry leader," said an Indian lancer captain. The wearer of the costume alluded to was passing them in a waltz. He was a young man in a splendid old-time hussar uniform, a scarlet dolman thick laced with gold, a fur-trimmed slung pelisse, tight scarlet breeches embroidered down the front of the thighs in gold, and long red Russian leather boots with gold tassels. He was good-looking, but not in an English way, and the swarthiness of his complexion and a slight kink in his dark hair seemed to hint a trace of colored blood. He was plainly Israelite in appearance, and the large nose with the unmistakable racial curved nostril would become bulbous with years, the firm cheeks flabby, and the plump chin double. "That dress cost some money, I bet," said the gunner, cheaply attired as a Pierrot. "Just look at the gold lace. I say he's got glass bottoms." "Glass be hanged, Fergie. They're diamonds. Real diamonds, honor bright. Murat wore diamonds. He was bucking about them in the club tonight," said a captain in a British infantry regiment quartered in Pune. "That's Rothenthal of the 2nd Hussars from Bangalore, son of the old Rothenthal of the South African multi-millionaire. A Sheeny, of course." "Who's the woman he's dancing with?" asked the gunner. "Jolly good looking she is." "That's Mrs. Norton, wife of a political somewhere in the presidency. Rothenthal's always in her pocket since he met her at Mahabashpur." As the dance ended, the many couples streamed out of the ballroom and made for the Kala Jugas, the black places, as the sitting out spots are appropriately termed in India from the carefully arranged lack of light in them. Mrs. Norton, looking very lovely as Mary, Queen of Scots, and her partner crossed the veranda and went out into the unlit garden in search of seats. The first few they stumbled on were already occupied, a fact that the darkness prevented them from realizing until they almost sat down on the occupants. At last, in a retired corner of the garden, Rothenthal found a bench in a recess in the wall. As they seated themselves, he blurted out roughly, "I'm sick of all this, Vi. When do you mean to give me your answer? I'm damned if I'm going to hang on waiting much longer. I'm fed up with India and the army. I mean to cut it all. Well, Harry, what do you want? Asked his companion, smiling in the darkness at his vehemence. What? You? And you know it. I want to take you away from this rotten country. What's all this? He waved his hand toward the lighted ballroom. Compared to Paris, Monte Carlo, Cairo, Austin, when the races are on, let's go where life is worth living. This is stagnation. Oh, I find it amusing. You forget we women have a better time in India than in Europe. There are too many of us there, so you don't value us. Better time? Oh la, what rot! He laughed rudely. You never lived yet, dear. Look here, Vi. My father's one of the three richest men in South Africa, and all he's got will come to me some day. As it is, he gives me an allowance bigger than those of all the other men in the regiment put together. I hate the service and its idiotic discipline. I want to be free, to go where money counts. Damn India. Doesn't it count everywhere? She asked, fanning herself lazily. His rough, almost boorish manner amused her always. She felt as if she were playing with a caged tiger. Doesn't it here? No. In the army they seem to think more of some damn pauper who comes of a county family, as they call it, than of a fellow like me who could buy up a dozen of them. I hate them all, and I mean to chuck it, but I want you to come with me, Vi, and what's more, I mean to have you. But your father wishes you to stay in the service. You told me so yourself. Will he like it if you leave? And will he continue your allowance? Oh, I'll get round him. He's only got me. He's no one else to leave his money to. It'll be all right, Vi. Answer me. I mean to get you. He grasped her wrist and tried to drag her towards him. She laughed and held him off. Take care, my dear boy. Darkness has ears. We're not alone in the garden. Please remember. If you can't behave prettily, I'm going back to the ballroom. Come, there's the music beginning again. He tried to seize her in his arms, but she eluded his grasp with a dexterity that argued practice, and rising, moved across the grass. He followed sulkily, dominated by her cool and careless indifference. When they reached the veranda, one of the government house aides de camp rushed up to her. Oh, Mrs. Norton, I've been hunting for you everywhere. I've a message from His Excellency. He wants you to come to his table at supper and save him from the members of council's awful wives. Oh, thanks, Captain Gardner. I'll come with pleasure, she answered, smiling prettily on him. An ADC is always worth cultivating. I say, it is hopeless asking you for a dance now, he said. We poor devils of the staff don't get a chance at the beginning of the evening, as we're so busy introducing people to their excellencies. She looked at her program. You can have this, if you like. It's only with some Indian civilian in spectacles, and I hate the heaven-born. They're such bores. She smiled and sailed off on the ADC's arm to the disgust of Rosenthal, calmly abandoned. But he could not help being amused when a round-faced young man, dressed as an ancient Greek, with gig-lamp spectacles, rushed up to overtake Mrs. Norton before she entered the ballroom, and stopped in dismay to gaze after her open-mouthed and peer at his program. But the hussar drove her back from Government House to Pune in his particularly luxurious Rolls Royce, with an English chauffeur, and would hardly let her go when the car drew up before the door of the Munster Hotel where she was staying. Laughing, crushed, and dishevelled, she broke from him and jumped out of the automobile, ran up the veranda steps, and turned to wave to him as the chauffeur started off to take him to his quarters in the Club of Western India. Still smiling, Violet stumbled up the unlighted stairs and reached her sitting room. When she turned up the lamp, a letter lying on the table caught her eyes. She picked it up indifferently, but when she saw that it bore the handwriting of one of her Calcutta cousins and the Darjeeling postmark, she tore it open eagerly and ran her eye rapidly down the pages. She came to the lines: I have seen the man you asked me about. He is always with a girl called Benson, rather a pretty little thing. She is popular with all the men, but Mr. Wargrave seems to be the favorite. They are staying at the same hotel, and everyone says they are engaged. Then the writer went on to talk of family matters, but Violet read no more. Her eyes flamed with anger as she crumpled the paper, flung it on the floor, and stamped it underfoot. She paced the room angrily, tearing the lace handkerchief she held in her hands to shreds. This, then, was Frank's loyalty to her. This was how he consoled himself for her absence. With this chit of a girl, with whom he probably laughed at her. Violet's readiness to give up reputation, good fame, home for him. She almost sobbed with jealous rage at the idea. She forgot her own infidelities and want of remembrance, and felt herself to be a deceived and much abused woman. But she would not bear such treatment meekly. Frank was hers. No other woman had a right to him, should ever have him. She was resolved on that. She stopped and, picking up the letter, smoothed it out and reread it. Then, frowning, she passed into her bedroom and tore off her costume. Not for an instant did she sleep during the remainder of the night, but tossed on her bed, revolving plans of vengeance. Next day, she was seated in the train on her way to Darjeeling, a journey that would take days. She had telegraphed fruitlessly for a room at the Oriental Hotel, at which she knew, from his letters, that Frank was staying. But she had secured one at the larger Eastern Palace, where her Calcutta relatives were residing. Only on the second day of her journey did she wire to Wargrave, bidding him meet her on her arrival. As the train carried her across India, her heart was still filled with anger, jealousy, and almost hate of the man whom she had favored above all others, and who spurned her, dared to be faithless to her, it seemed. She did not know how much love she had left for him, for his image had grown dim in the flight of time and among the distractions of gayer stations than Rohar. Certainly she had flirted herself, flirted recklessly, but that was a different matter to his faithfulness. She might do it, but he must not. Did she want him? She hardly knew. But she was not going to be put aside for this tiger-killing young person, this jungle girl, who must be taught not to trespass on Violet's property. Then her mind went back to Rosenthal, and in the solitude of the ladies' compartment she laughed aloud at the thought of the shock that his self-sufficiency must have received when he learned of her sudden and mysterious disappearance from Puna. For she had left him no word. It would do him good. He needed a lesson, for he was too sure of her. She had never troubled to analyze her feelings for him, and did not know whether she liked or hated him most. She saw his faults clearly, his blatant conceit, his irritating belief in the supremacy of money, his arrogance, his bad manners. She knew that men deemed him a bounder, but his very boorishness, his savage outbreaks against conventionality, attracted her. Under the thin veneer of civilization, he was simply an animal. She knew it, and it appealed to her baser nature, the sensual strain in her, that he was beast, and wild beast at that, did not affright her. She felt that she could always dominate him when she would. Once or twice the beast had come out into the open, but she had driven it back with a whip, and she believed that she could always do it. The wealth, the life of luxury that he offered, appealed to her strongly, but she kept her head and remembered that he was dependent on his father's bounty, and she had no intention of compromising herself irretrievably under such circumstances. If he had the disposal of the old man's immense riches, then the temptation might be overpowering. But until he had, she would wait. And ever the memory of Wargrave obtruded itself, rather to her annoyance, but angry as she was with him, she could not pretend to herself that she was indifferent to him. Up in Darjeeling, on the very day that she left Pune, Frank sat with Miss Benson under a massive orchid-clad tree in the lovely botanical gardens, gazing moodily down into the depths of the valley far below them. Turning suddenly, he found his companion looking at him. Something in her eyes moved him strongly, and he forgot his caution. "Muriel, you know how it is with me," he said impetuously. "I oughtn't to say anything, but, well, all the men here run after you, and I can't bear it. I'm a fool, I know, but I can't help being jealous. I'm always afraid that some one of them will take you from me. The other woman seems to be forgetting me completely. She hasn't written to me for weeks, months. Surely she's tiring of me. I don't suppose she ever really cared for me. Just was bored in that dull station. If if she sets me free, could you ever like me well enough to marry me?" The girl looked away over the valley, and a little smile crept into her eyes. Then she turned to him and laid her hand on his. "Dear boy, if you were free, I would," she answered. Then they were all alone, no one to see them, and his arms went out to her, but she drew back. "Not yet, dear. You're another woman's property still," she said. He bit his lip. "Yes, you're right, sweetheart. But, well, even if I weren't, I haven't much to offer you. I'm still in debt, and I'd only be condemning you to pass all your existence in the jungle." "There'd be no hardship in that, dear. I love the forest better than anywhere else in the world. Life in it is happiness to me." "But would you be content to live as Mrs. Dermot does? Content. I'd love it better than anything else if I were with you. Then he forgot her reproof and she her high minded resolves as his arms went around her and he drew her to him until their lips met in a long, passionate kiss. Afterwards, they sat hand in hand and talked of what the future would hold for them if only fate were kind. And Mrs. Norton, speeding across India to shatter their dream world, smiled a little grimly as she pictured to herself her meeting with Frank. Next day, the blow fell. Wargrave was sitting at lunch with Mrs. Dermott and Muriel in the hotel dining room when Violet's telegram was handed to him. His companions could see that he had received bad news, but he pulled himself together and said nothing about it until he was alone with Mrs. Dermott in her private sitting room after tiffin. Then he exclaimed suddenly, handing her the telegram, "She's on her way here." Noreen understood even before she looked at the paper. When she read the message, she asked, "What's she coming here for?" "I don't know. I haven't a letter from her for a long time," he replied wearily. "What are you going to do about her?" "What can I?" he said with a gesture of despair. "It's for her to decide. If she wishes it, I must keep my word." "But Muriel, what of her? You know she cares for you. Has she no right to be considered?" demanded her friend impatiently. "Are you going to ruin her life as well as yours? This woman will only drag you down. She can't really be fond of you, or she wouldn't forget you as she has been doing. You don't love her. Don't you see what it will all mean to you? To be pilloried in the divorce court, made to pay enormous costs, perhaps heavy damages as well, and even now you say you're in debt, and then to be chained for life to a woman you don't care about while you're in love with another. Oh, Mr. Wargrave, do be sensible. Tell her the truth. Tell her you can't go on with it." "I've given her my word," he said simply. She pleaded with him passionately, but to no avail. At last, as Muriel entered the room, she rose saying, "Tell her. I'll not mention the subject again." And she walked indignantly into her bedroom and shut the door almost with a bang, for the little woman was furious with him for what she deemed his crass stupidity. "What's the matter with Noreen?" asked the girl in surprise. Without a word he gave her the telegram. "Oh, Frank!" she gasped, and sank overwhelmed into a chair, letting the fatal paper flutter to the floor. He did not go to her but stood by the window, the image of despair gazing out with unseeing eyes. "What am I to do?" he asked miserably. "You must keep your word if she wishes it," answered the girl bravely. But the next moment she broke down and burying her face in her hands, wept bitterly. He made no move to her, and she rose and went quietly back to her own room. In the interval that elapsed before Violet's arrival, Mrs. Dermott did not abandon hope, and in spite of her words she attacked Wargrave persistently, trying to shake his resolution. But to her despair, Muriel sided with him and declared that he was right. So finally Noreen gave it up and vowed that she would wash her hands of the whole affair. When Violet reached Darjeeling, Wargrave met her at the railway station. Face to face with him, her anger died, and something of the attraction he had had for her revived. So she greeted him effusively and all but embraced him on the platform. Other men seeing the meeting wondered why he looked so miserable when such a lovely woman evinced her delight at seeing him so plainly. She passed her arm through his with an air of possession and chatted volubly while he watched his servant help hers to collect her luggage. When she took her seat in the dandy, or chair carried on the shoulders of coolies, and was being conveyed towards her hotel, she behaved as though they had not been parted a week, rattled on gaily about her doings in Pune and Malabeshwar, and, with all the glories of the Himalayas about her, declared that the Bombay hill station was far lovelier than Darjeeling. Wargrave was relieved that she showed no desire to be sentimental and gladly responded to her mood, detailing the forthcoming gaieties and promising to take her to them all. When they reached the Eastern Palace Hotel and were shown up into her private sitting room, she put her hands on his shoulders as soon as they were alone and said, "Let me look at you, Frank. You have improved. You've grown handsomer, I think. Aren't you going to kiss me?" He did it with so little fever that she made a grimace and thought, "It's quite time that I came to bring him to heel. Not much loving ardor about that. I wonder if he kisses the jungle girl as coldly." Aloud, she said, "Now, let's get down to tiffin. I'm starving. Will you please secure a table and I'll follow you in a few minutes?" During the meal she chattered gaily, criticized the dresses and appearance of the other women in the dining room, and, chaffing him merrily on his want of appetite, ate a substantial meal herself. Mrs. Dermott, anxious to befriend him, had thought that she could help him by inviting him to bring Mrs. Norton to tea with her that afternoon. When during tiffin he hesitatingly conveyed the invitation, Violet said, "Oh, I don't want to be bothered with women, my dear boy. Take me out and show me the place and the shops and the gymkhana. What do you call it here? Oh, the amusement club. No, stop a minute. Mrs. Dermott is your dear friend from Ranga Duar, isn't she? So she's here. And the other, the jungle girl, where is she?" Frank flushed as he replied, "I suppose you mean Miss Benson. She's with Mrs. Dermott." "So you're all staying at the same hotel? How very nice for you. But, my dear Frank, doesn't it strike you that it'll be rather dull for me staying by myself here? You have to change to this hotel." "I asked about rooms here, but they told me they're full up now." "I'll see if I can't get round the manager and make him find a corner for you. Well now, for this tea party. Yes, on second thoughts, I'll go. I'd like to see the ladies who've been consoling you for my absence." "Oh, nonsense, Violet. They haven't. They're just friends, that's all," he said irritably. "Of course, dear, I know. Well, tell me what these just friends are like." She certainly derived little idea of them from Wargrave's lame attempt at description, and when later she and he were shown into Mrs. Dermott's sitting room at tea time, Noreen and Muriel found his picture of her as a meek, long-suffering, neglected wife very unlike the radiant, condescending lady who patronized them from the start. She showed a tendency to address most of the conversation to the girl, despite the latter's evident disinclination to talk, or perhaps because of it, for the older woman seemed to take an impish delight in teasing her about her friendship with Wargrave and their relations as nurse and patient, although it was apparent that her malicious humor made the others uncomfortable. She paraded her authority over Frank and treated him like a henpecked husband. When finally she bore him away to escort her to the amusement club, she left the two girls speechless behind her, but not for the same reason. Noreen was furious. "What a hateful woman!" she exclaimed as soon as her visitor departed. "And I pitied her as a poor neglected wife. What do you think of her?" Muriel only shook her head, as she sat looking despondent and thoroughly miserable. Mrs. Norton's malice affected her little, but her undoubted loveliness had made her despair. How could an insignificant little person like herself, she thought, hope to win affection from any man whom this radiant beauty deigned to favor? Frank could not help adoring so attractive a woman. He must have loved her in Rohar, although he said that he had not. Muriel felt that she could have resigned herself more easily to his keeping his word to Violet if the latter had been less good looking. Mrs. Dermott broke in on her miserable thoughts. "Come, dear, we'll take the children for their walk, and then go on later to the amusement club." "I couldn't go to the club this evening, Noreen. I really couldn't. We'd only see that woman again with Frank." "Well, what of it? We're not going to let her think we're afraid to face her. I've no patience with Mr. Wargrave. Whatever he can see in her I can't think. You're worth 20 of her, darling. Shallow, conceited. She neglected? She badly treated? My sympathy is with her husband now. What fools men are!" And Noreen swept indignantly from the room. Every moment of the hour that they spent in the club that evening was a lifetime of torture to Muriel. She had faced a charging tiger with less dread than she did the crowd at the tea tables in the rink. She fancied that every woman who looked at her was laughing in her sleeve at her, that every man who bowed or spoke to her was pitying her. Suddenly her heart seemed to stop beating, for she saw Frank sitting with Mrs. Norton and two other ladies, her Calcutta cousins, as well as a couple of men in the British Infantry Regiment at Lebong. They were looking at her, and she felt that Violet was pointing her out as the deserted maiden. She tried to smile bravely when her rival waved her hand and called out a cheery "Good evening" to her and Noreen, who answered the greeting with an almost defiant air of unconcern. For days afterward she saw practically nothing of Wargrave, who was obliged to be in constant attendance on Mrs. Norton. Violet had induced the manager of the hotel to find a room for him, and he was forced to transfer himself and his belongings to the Eastern Palace. She monopolized him, insisted on his taking her shopping in the mornings, calling in the afternoons, or to Lebong to watch the polo, or else playing tennis with her at the amusement club. He dined with her every evening and escorted her to the dances, concerts, or theatricals that filled the nights during the season. He hardly recognized her in the gay social butterfly with seemingly never a care in the world, and she made him wonder every day if she had any love left for him or wanted him to have any for her, for she showed no desire to be sentimental and treated him very much as she had in the early days of their acquaintance. She never discussed their future. He had not the moral courage to ask her outright if she still wanted to come to him. She gave no indication of being happy only in his company, for she soon began to release him from attendance on her occasions in favor of some one or another of the new men friends that she rapidly made. He took advantage of this to see something of Muriel again. But this did not suit Mrs. Norton. Even if she did not want Frank herself, that was no reason why the girl should have him. She tried being jealous and insisted on his breaking off the friendship. But although he hated the scenes that ensued, he resolutely refused to do so. Then Violet adopted another plan. She pretended to be convinced by his assurances that it meant nothing and declared that she wished to be friends with Muriel. She went out of her way to be nice to the girl when they met in public, and at last invited her to tea at the Eastern Palace Hotel on an afternoon on which she knew Mrs. Dermot to be engaged. Muriel accepted because she did not know very well how to refuse. When she was shown into Mrs. Norton's private sitting room, she found Wargrave already there with her hostess, who received her very amiably. During tea, the conversation flowed in safe channels at first, but suddenly Violet startled her guests by saying, "Now, Miss Benson, that we three are alone, I think it a good opportunity to speak very plainly about Frank's relations with you. I've just been giving him a serious talking to about the way he has behaved to you." The girl drew herself up hotly. "What do you mean, Mrs. Norton?" she said. "The way Mr. Wargrave has behaved? I don't understand you." "Oh, yes, you do. It's best to speak plainly. I'm afraid Frank has been leading you to believe that he's in love with you." "Violet!" broke in Wargrave angrily. "Please don't go on. You've no right to say such things." She smiled sweetly on him. "Yes, I have, Frank. You know, my dear boy, that you've got pretty ways with women. I fear he's rather a flirt, Miss Benson, that you are apt to make some of them think you mean more than you do." "What absurd nonsense!" he cried, more angrily still. "Please stop, I beg of you. No, Frank, it is only right that I should warn Miss Benson." She turned to the girl. "He hasn't told you, I'm sure, that he's not free to marry you or any other girl." Wargrave sprang up. "I've told her everything about us, Violet," he protested. "I ask you as a favor to drop the subject." The girl sat as if turned to stone while Mrs. Norton went on. "You are young, my dear, and can't know much about men. I suppose you lived in the jungle all your life. Now, a little bird has told me that you've let yourself get too fond of Frank. Oh, he's very charming, I know, and this playing at nursing a poor wounded hero is a dangerous game. But I'm going to tell you plainly that Frank is pledged to me. He has asked me to leave my husband for him, and I've consented. So there's no use you're trying to catch him, my dear. You're too late." The girl sprang indignantly to her feet. "I've done nothing of the sort, Mrs. Norton. How dare you say so? You've no right to speak to me as you're doing." The older woman sat back coolly in her chair and laughed, but her eyes grew hard. "Oh, yes, I have, my dear girl. You two were the talk of Darjeeling before I came. Of course you're angry, naturally, at failing to catch him. But I'm going to put a stop to your trying here and now. He has got to break with you. You are a wicked woman, began the girl, and then indignation choked her. Mrs. Norton leant forward in her chair. Can you deny that you're in love with him? She asked. Wargrave tried to interpose, but the girl waved him aside and faced her rival. I'll answer you. I am. I love him as you could never do. I was willing to give him up to you, for he loves me, not you, so that he should not be false to his word. I didn't know what you were like then, but now I don't believe you've ever made him happy. You don't love him. You haven't got it in you. You wouldn't be content with any one man. I've watched you. You're absolutely heartless, and you'd only make Frank miserable. You're willing to disgrace him as well as yourself. You don't mind if you ruin him. Frank. She turned to Wargrave. You said you loved me. Is it true? He answered firmly. Yes, I do. Then will you marry me? This woman will only wreck your life. Choose between us. He turned in desperation to Mrs. Norton. Violet, you don't really want me, do you? You don't love me. I felt for a long time that you're forgetting me. I love Muriel and she loves me. If you ever cared for me, release me from my promise. Mrs. Norton lay back calmly in her chair and looked with a smile from one to the other. Then she said deliberately, This morning I wrote my husband and told him that I was never returning to him, that I was going to you, Frank. That is why I asked this girl here today to tell you before her that now I'm going to ask you to keep your promise. Will you? The girl looked at him appealingly and stretched out her hands to him. Frank, for your own sake, if not for mine, don't listen to her. He stood irresolute, torn by conflicting emotions. Then, with an effort, he replied, Muriel, I must. I can't break my word. Mrs. Norton gave a mocking laugh. The girl shrank from him and hid her face in her hands for a moment. Then she looked up and said desperately calm, Very well, be it so. You've decided, and there's nothing more to be said. You've shamed me before this woman, and I never want to see you again. She turned and walked out of the room. End of chapter 12. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 13 of The Jungle Girl by Gordon Casserly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Course of True Love. As Muriel passed through the door, Wargrave started to follow her, but Violet cried peremptorily, Frank, stay here. Please realize that I come first now. Sit down. He obeyed mechanically. She went on petulantly. These emotional scenes are rather exhausting. Do you mind calling the hotel boy and ordering a cocktail for me? You ought to have one yourself, I suppose. Like all men, you hate scenes. Then you should be grateful to me for saving you from that spiteful little jungle cat. Going to the veranda outside the room, he called a hotel servant and gave him the order, then returned to his chair and sat down wearily. He stared at the floor in silence. He had sent the girl that he had loved away utterly humiliated, and he knew that, with her proud spirit, the shame of his rejection of her would cut her to the heart. He cursed himself for bringing this pain to her. It was all his fault. Not only had he no right to speak of love to her while he was bound to another woman, but he ought never to have sought her society as he had done, never striven to gain her friendship, for by doing so he had unconsciously won her love. The harm was done long before he spoke to her of his feelings. What a selfish brute he was to thus cause two women to suffer. Presently he remembered that his moodiness, his silence, were uncomplimentary, cruel to Violet. She was right in saying that she came first. Indeed, she was the only one to be considered now. The other had passed out of his life. It might be that they should meet again some day in their restricted world, but while he could he must try to avoid her. There was only Violet left. He looked up to find his companion's eyes fixed on him with an undefinable expression. He roused himself with an effort that was not lost on the woman watching him. "So you have told your husband?" he said. "Well, now we must arrange what we are going to do." "We won't discuss our plans at this moment," replied Violet. "I'm not in the mood for it." Then after a pause she added bitterly, "I must give you time to recover from the shock of the abrupt ending to your little jungle romance." Before he could reply the servant appeared with a tray. "Ah, thank goodness, here are the cocktails. There's only one. Are you having one too? It will do you good, no?" She sipped her cocktail slowly. When she had finished it she got up from her chair, saying, "I'll get ready to go to the amusement club. Will you wait for me here? You needn't change. We won't play tennis today, for we've got this dinner and dance on to night, and I don't want to tire myself. I shan't be long." As she passed his chair she tapped his cheek and said, "Don't look so miserable, my dear boy. You'll soon get over the loss of your jungle girl. There, you may kiss my hand as a sign of your return to your allegiance." But when she entered her bedroom she did not at once proceed to get ready to go out, but unlocking her dressing case and taking out of it a letter, sat down to read it for the 10th time since she had received it this morning. Yet it was short and concise. It was from Rosenthal and addressed from the mess of the second Duke's Own Hussars in Bangalore, for as it told her, he had returned to his regiment, as his leave had expired. It was the first that had come from him since she had left Pune, although, as he said in it, he had obtained her new address from the Goanese clerk in the Munster Hotel office on the day of her flight, thanks to the persuasive powers of a 50-rupee note. He told her that although her abrupt departure had puzzled him, and he could not understand why she had tried to conceal her whereabouts from him, he wished her to realize that if it were an attempt to escape from him, it was useless. He could bide his time, for sooner or later he would get her. Violet smiled as she read his confident words, although they caused a little shiver of fear to run through her. Then she rose, locked the letter away, and put on her hat. Not until after lunch next day was Wargrave able to find time to go to the Oriental Hotel, not to see Muriel, he sternly told himself, but to pay a visit to Mrs. Dermot. When he was shown up to her sitting room, he had to wait for some time before Noreen entered, and he was struck at once by the coldness of her greeting. It was evident that she was very displeased with him. She said no word about Muriel, and Wargrave felt curiously averse to mentioning her name. At last he summoned up courage to ask her, with as near an approach to frigidity of manner as she could show to a man to whom she was so indebted. Noreen replied, "Muriel has left Darjeeling." "Left Darjeeling? Wherefore? Where has she gone?" he exclaimed in surprise. "To her father." "But why? She wasn't to have left for weeks yet," said Wargrave. Mrs. Dermot looked at him angrily. "Why, need you ask? I should have thought common sense would have told you. I don't think we'll talk about it, please. As I said before, I've washed my hands of the whole affair." Further conversation on the subject was rendered impossible by the interruption of her children, who rushed at Wargrave and reproached him for not being to see them lately. During the next few days Violet baffled every attempt that Frank made to discuss their future course of action. The constant succession of gaieties, the balls, theatricals, concerts, races, jimcrams that filled every afternoon and evening of the Darjeeling season took up all her time. Whenever he tried to talk matters over with her she invariably replied that there was no hurry. Even when he pointed out that Major Norton might arrive any day in consequence of her letter, that he had not already done so was inexplicable to Wargrave, and the subaltern could only believe her assurance that her husband accepted her loss with equanimity. It never occurred to Frank to doubt that she had written the letter. But one morning matters came to a crisis. When Violet and Wargrave returned to the hotel from their ride before breakfast, a telegram was handed to the latter. He found it to be an official message from Colonel Dermot, which ran, "Please return forthwith to Ranga Duar. I start for Europe on sick leave today." Frank stared at it in surprise. He had heard nothing of his superior officer being ill. It must be something very serious to necessitate his being sent to Europe. The news was an unpleasant shock to him, for he genuinely liked and respected the political officer. Then it occurred to him that this order to return brought everything to a head. Violet saw that he was perturbed. "What is it, Frank?" she asked. "I'll tell you upstairs, dear," he said. In her sitting room he handed her the telegram. "I must leave to day. Will you be ready to come with me?" he asked. "What, to day? My dear boy, it's impossible," she replied. "But I must go. You see, it's imperative. The Colonel's already gone." "Yes, I see you must. But well, I simply couldn't be ready," said Violet calmly. "Besides, I'm singing at the concert to morrow night, and there's the dance at Government House the night after. I must follow you later." "But that means you're traveling alone," he argued. "Wouldn't it be much pleasanter for you to come with me?" "Don't worry about me for goodness sake, Frank. I'm not a helpless person. I came across India by myself to get here, and surely I'll be able to manage to do a 24 hours journey alone." "Very well, dear," he replied with an inward unacknowledged feeling of relief that the decisive step had not to be taken yet. "I'll come down from Ranga Duar with an elephant to meet you at the railway station when you arrive. Now, while you're changing for breakfast, I'll rush around to the Oriental and see if Mrs. Dermot has more news." When he reached the hotel he found Noreen busily packing. She was pale and evidently deeply distressed, although outwardly calm and collected. "You have heard?" she asked, as he entered her sitting room. "Only that your husband is starting for England on sick leave, and that I'm to return at once. What's the matter? I hope it's not serious." "Mr. McDonald wires that Kevin must go at once to England for an operation. He says I'm not to worry, as there is no immediate danger. But of course I can't help being alarmed. It's all so sudden. I didn't know that Kevin was ill. Mr. McDonald is traveling with him to the junction on the main line where the children and I are to meet them. Isn't it kind of him? I'm so glad to know my husband will have someone with him until I come." "We'll meet at the railway station after lunch then," said Wargrave. "We'll be together as far as the junction." Mrs. Dermot hesitated. "Are you traveling alone?" she asked. Frank flushed as he replied, "Yes. Violet, is to follow later." Noreen made no comment, and having learned all that he could he returned to his hotel. He dreaded the ordeal of the parting with Mrs. Norton, but when the time came for it he found his fear of a distressing scene quite uncalled for. She said good-bye to him in a pleasantly friendly, though somewhat casual manner, and did not offer to accompany him to the station, as she had a previous engagement. And long before the little train had zigzagged down the 7,000 feet to the foot of the Himalayas, she had dismissed him from her mind. The truth was that the gay and admired Mrs. Norton, caught up in the whirlwind of social amusement in a lively hill station, was not the woman who passed weary days of ennui in the company of a dull and unattractive husband in a small dead and alive station, nor was the dejected man who so plainly showed that he was pining for someone else the good-looking, whole-hearted subaltern who had fascinated her in the boredom of existence in Rohar. Was he worth incurring social damnation for? Would his companionship, for she knew that she had not his love, make up for a life of loneliness, debt, and poverty in a frontier outpost? If she were resolved on giving up her present assured position, and Violet felt that existence with Norton would be more than ever unendurable after the exciting pleasures of Puna and Darjeeling, would it not be wiser to do so for someone who could amply compensate her for the sacrifice? Love in a cottage, or its Indian equivalent, a subaltern's comfortless bungalow, did not appeal to her. Her statement that she had written to tell her husband that she was leaving for Wargrave was false. It had served the purpose for which it was made, and that was the defeat of her rival. So now, content with her victory, she put all burdensome thought from her and dined, danced, and flirted to her heart's content in the gaieties of the Darjeeling season. When Wargrave reached Ranga Duar, the little outpost seemed strangely forlorn without the Dermots and their children. Major Hunt and McDonald welcomed him warmly. The latter informed him that he had insisted on the colonel going to England for his operation, because the political officer had not been out of India for 7 years, and needed the change; and besides, he would receive more care and attention in a London nursing home than in an Indian hospital. The trouble was, intestinal, but there was no immediate danger to his life. Another familiar finger was missing. Before departing, Dermot had released Bagshaw and left him to wander in freedom in the jungle, unwilling that his faithful companion of years should be servant to anyone else, and confident that the elephant would come back to him when he returned to the Terai. Major Hunt placed one of the detachment elephants at Wargrave's disposal whenever he required it to take him on his tours along the frontier, and Frank needed it constantly, for, as soon as the news of Colonel Dermot's departure spread, the lawless spirits that, for fear of him, had not ventured for 5 years to disturb the peace of the border, began to show signs of restlessness. The political officer's strong personality and the reputation of divinity that he enjoyed had kept them in check. But now that he was gone they thought that they could defy with impunity the young sahib who replaced him. So the assistant had not long to wait for an opportunity to show his mettle. Dermot had not been gone a fortnight before one or two raids were attempted on British villages by lawless mountaineers from across the Bhutan frontier. Wargrave soon proved that the mantle of Colonel Dermot had not fallen on unworthy shoulders. Single-handed he intercepted and faced a party of Bhutanese swordsmen swooping down from the hills on a tea garden in search of loot, shot the leader and two of his followers, and put the rest to flight. With a handful of sepoys of the military police, he surprised a Bhutia village in the no man's land along the border line and captured a notorious outlaw who had plundered the Indian territory and had sent him a defiant challenge. Wargrave was glad of the excitement and the occupation, for they kept him from brooding over his troubles and worrying about the future. He had not time to puzzle over Violet's silence. She had not written to him since their parting. As a matter of fact, she seldom thought of him, so engrossed was she in the pursuit of pleasure. Admittedly the prettiest woman in Darjeeling that season, she received enough attention and admiration to turn any woman's head, and she enjoyed it all to the full. Although she had answered Rosenthal's letter from Bangalore, he had not written again, but she felt that he was not forgetting her. She thought oftener of him than of Wargrave, for the vision of the great riches that she might one day share with him fascinated her. It haunted her dreams sleeping and waking. Often she let her fancy stray to the existence that he had promised would be hers when he was the possessor of his father's fortune, a life of luxury in the gayest cities of the world, with all that immense wealth could bestow, a life infinitely better worth living than her present one. Would she ever be given the chance of it? The question was speedily and unexpectedly answered. One morning after breakfast she received a telegram from Rosenthal. It said, "My father is dead. I sail from Bombay for South Africa on Friday to settle up his affairs. Will you come?" She stared at the paper almost uncomprehendingly for a few moments. Then the meaning of the message dawned on her. She sat down at her writing table and thought hard. She had little time in which to make up her mind, for if she wished to reach Bombay before Rosenthal sailed, she would have to leave Darjeeling that afternoon. What should she do? Should she go? She found a pencil and a telegraph form and addressed the latter to the hussar. Then she hesitated, but she was not long in coming to a decision. With a firm hand she wrote the one word "Yes" and signed her name. Then she rose from the table, called a hotel servant, dispatched the telegram, and went to her bedroom to pack. And the same train that took her away from Darjeeling carried a letter from her to Wargrave. But the subaltern did not receive it until more than a week afterwards, when he returned to Ranga Duar with Tashi, after chasing back across the border a mongrel pack of dacoit brigands who had been harrying Bhutia villages in British territory. The letter lay on the table in the room which he still occupied in the mess, although he was no longer an officer of the detachment, together with a pile of correspondence that had accumulated during his absence. Recognizing Violet's writing on the envelope, he tore it open anxiously. He rapidly scanned the first page, stared at it incredulously, read it again carefully, and then finished the letter. It ran: My dear Frank, I'm going to relieve your mind of a great weight and send you into the seventh heaven of delight by giving you the glad news that you are never likely to see me again. Before the week is ended I shall have left India for ever, with someone who can give me all I want, and not condemn me to a poverty-stricken existence in a wretched little jungle station, which is all that you had to offer me. I know it was not your fault, and you are really a dear boy. I was very fond of you, but you did not love me, and we would have been very miserable together, for you would be always pining for your jungle girl, and I would have hated you for it. Now we part good friends, and she is welcome to you. I ought to tell you that I did not really write to my husband, as I said I did. I wish you luck. Won't you wish me the same? Yours affectionately, Violet. When he had thoroughly grasped the meaning of this extraordinary letter, he forgave her everything in the joy of knowing that she had set him free. He did not speculate as to the man with whom she was going. His thoughts flew at once to Muriel. But his delight was tempered by the fear that his liberty had come too late to be of service to him with her. Would she ever forgive him? His heart sank when he remembered her indignation, her bitter words when they parted. Surely no woman who had been so humiliated could pardon the man who had brought such shame upon her. Yet how could he have acted otherwise? It was natural that the girl should blame him, but how could he have been false to his plighted word, and desert the one who held his promise? If only he could see Muriel and plead with her, perhaps in time she might bring herself to forgive him. But how was he to meet her? Now that Mrs. Dermot had gone to England, the girl would not come again to Ranga Duar. She was, he knew, accompanying her father in his tour of the forests of the district in his charge. How could he go to their camp or lonely bungalow in the jungle and force his presence on her? What was he to do? Longing for someone to confide in, someone to advise him, he went to Major Hunt and told him the whole story, the older man rejoicing in learning of the subaltern's release from his entanglement, but knowing Miss Benson well, shook his head doubtfully over the chances of her forgiving Wargrave. Nevertheless, unwilling to kill the young man's hope, he affected a confidence that he was far from feeling and bade him to take courage. He advised him to arrange a few days' shooting in the neighborhood of the Bensons, when he could spare the time from his duties. The father would be sure to offer him hospitality and the daughter could not well avoid him. In the meantime he might write and plead his cause on paper. Wargrave sat up half the night composing a letter to Muriel. Sheet after sheet was torn up in disgust before he was even tolerably satisfied. But the laboured result was never sent. Next morning after breakfast, as he sat smoking in the mess with Major Hunt and the doctor, his servant entered to tell him that a forest guard wanted to see him. A wild hope flashed through his mind that perhaps Muriel had sent him a message. But on going out to the back veranda where the man awaited him, he was handed an envelope. On His Majesty's service, addressed in a strange handwriting. He opened it and glanced carelessly at the letter, but the first lines riveted his attention. Forest Officer's Bungalow, Barwana Section. From the District Superintendent of Police, Bengal Civil Police, to the Assistant Political Officer Ranga Duar. Sir, 3 days ago a party of Chinamen attacked and severely injured the Deputy Conservator of Forest, Mr. Benson, in this bungalow, and abducted his daughter. They were 10 or 12 in number, and well armed, and overawed the servants and forest employees. They have been tracked towards the Bhutan frontier, and I fear have crossed it by this. There was unfortunately much delay in the information reaching me while I was touring the district south of the forest, and I have only just arrived here. I hasten to acquaint you with the occurrence, as I am powerless if the ruffians have crossed into Bhutan. Please request the officer commanding military police detachment to send out parties to try to cut off the raiders from the passes through the mountains, although I fear it is too late. Can you meet me here and confer with me? Please bring the medical officer of the detachment with you, as Mr. Benson is in a bad state, and no civil surgeon is available for a great distance from here. Your obedient servant, Edward Lawrence, DSP. Horror-stricken, Wargrave questioned the forest guard. The man had not been at the bungalow at the time of the outrage, and could not greatly supplement the information contained in the letter. The story that he had learned from the servants was to the effect that a party of Chinamen had arrived at Mr. Benson's bungalow and asked for employment as carpenters. There was nothing unusual in this, as Chinese from the southern provinces frequently make their way on foot through Tibet and Bhutan over the mountains in search of work on the tea gardens or in Calcutta. Apparently they had suddenly struck the old man down and surprised Miss Benson before she could offer any resistance. Producing firearms, they had terrified the servants. They had a mule hidden in the jungle, and on this the girl was placed and led off. Long after they had departed, some of the forest guards had timidly followed their track for some distance and found that it led towards the Bhutan frontier. When Wargrave had extracted from the men all the information that he could, he rushed into the mess and acquainted the two officers in it with the terrible news. Like him, they were horrified at the outrage. Major Hunt went at once to the fort to order out parties of the detachment in accordance with the district superintendent's request, and MacDonald got ready to proceed to the forest officer's bungalow 40 miles away. The assistant political officer dispatched a cipher telegram to the Foreign Department, Government of India at Simla, informing them of the occurrence and of his intention to investigate the affair personally, and, if possible, rescue Miss Benson. He knew that the heads of the department, although they would not sanction or approve officially of his crossing the frontier in pursuit of the raiders, as it would be contrary to the treaty with the Bhutanese government, would not inquire too closely into his movements. But whether they liked it or not, he intended to follow the abductors, if necessary, into the heart of Bhutan, treaty or no treaty. His first step was to send for Tashi and order him to prepare the disguise that he intended to use. His rifle he left behind, but armed himself with a brace of long-barreled automatic pistols, to which their wooden holsters clipped on to form butts, thus converting them into carbines accurate up to a range of 150 or 200 yards. He found a third for Tashi in Colonel Dermot's armory, which was at his disposal. Night had fallen long before the detachment elephant that bore Wargrave, MacDonald, Tashi, and the forest guard, as well as its own mahout, reached the bungalow where the district superintendent of police awaited them. The doctor found Benson suffering from a wound in the head, with concussion and fever. Frank interrogated the servants carefully and elicited from them one fresh fact about the outrage that shed a flood of light on its motive and its author. It was that the leader of the party was pock-marked and blind in the right eye, and this at once confirmed Frank's suspicion that the instigator of Muriel's abduction was the Chinese amban, whose parting threat to the girl had thus materialized. At daybreak, Wargrave and Tashi started on foot, accompanied by a forest guard, to put them on the track of the gang. This led up towards the Bhutan frontier, which runs among the hills at an average elevation of 6,000 feet above the sea. As the assistant political officer anticipated, the party had headed for the portion of the border under the control of the Amban's friend, the Penop of Tuna. Inquiries among the inhabitants of the mountain villages resulted in several of them coming forward with the information that they had seen a small body of armed Chinese escorting a cloaked and shrouded figure on a mule and climbing up towards Bhutan. Two of the government Secret Service agents among these Bhutias had followed them cautiously to the frontier and seen them received there by a party of the Tuna Palop's armed retainers. These men reported that the watch on all the passes into Bhutan was stricter than ever, and, as one of them phrased it, not even a rat could creep through unobserved. This discouraging intelligence was further proof of Amban's guilt, but Frank realized that it would not be sufficient to justify the government of India claiming redress from the Republic of China, and indeed diplomatic procedure was much too slow to be of any use in the rescue of the girl. An appeal to the Maharaja of Bhutan would be equally fruitless, for his powerful vassal, the Tuna Palop, was practically in rebellion against him and defied his authority. The sole hope of saving Muriel lay in Wargrave's prompt action. Yet, try as the subaltern would, he and Tashi were unable at any point to pierce the cordon of guards along the frontier. Generally they got away unseen, but on one occasion they were discovered and had to flee back into British territory under a shower of arrows. Fortunately, firearms are scarce in Bhutan, and the Tuna Pelops soldiers possessed only bows. It was imperative that Wargrave and his follower should be circumspect in their movements, and by day they hid in caves or in the jungle clothing the slopes of the higher hills, to escape observation by Bhutanese spies. When they had exhausted the food that they had brought with them, and failed to procure any more from their Secret Service agents in the villages, Tashi gathered bananas, dug up edible tubers like the charpadia or charlong, and snared jungle fowl and mono peasants. Having obtained a bow and a sheaf of arrows from a village, he sometimes succeeded in killing a goral, the active little wild goat formed in the lower hills, the flesh of which is excellent. As day after day went by and found them no nearer success in crossing the frontier, Wargrave began to lose heart. He was harassed by anxiety over Muriel's fate, and feared that he would never be able to rescue her. At times he grew desperate, and but for his companion's remonstrances would have tried to fight his way through the border guards, although in his saner moments he knew that it would be sheer madness. Besides danger from human enemies, the two men were menaced by peril from wild beasts as well. Panthers prowled among the hills. Great Himalayan bears, a blow from the paw of one of which would crack a man's skull, wandered on the jungle clad slopes and, though not carnivorous, were always ready to attack human beings. Herds of wild elephants, which had scaled the mountains into Bhutan at the beginning of the monsoon, to reach the northern face of the Himalayas and escape the heavy rains that deluge the southern slopes, and also to avoid the insects that plague them in the jungle at that season, were commencing to return to the Terai. Often Wargrave and Tashi had to climb trees to let a herd go by, and each time as they watched them the subaltern thought longingly of Colonel Dermot and Badshaw. If he had them to help, how easily he could burst the barrier between him and the land that held the girl whom he loved and who needed him so. Late one afternoon, as the two men were making their way through bamboo jungle at the foot of high cliffs close to a pass into Bhutan which they had not yet attempted, they blundered into the middle of a herd of elephants feeding. There was no tree in which they could take refuge, and before they were able to make their escape, they found themselves surrounded on every side. A number of cow elephants, which, having young calves with them, were very savage, pressed threateningly towards the men, who tried to force their way into the dense growths of the bamboos, and so put a frail barrier between themselves and the menacing beasts. They knew that their pistols would be useless, and they had already given themselves up for lost when the huge animals, which were apparently about to charge them, suddenly stopped and drew aside to allow a monstrous bull elephant to pass through. It was a single tusker, and it advanced steadily towards the men. Frank stared at it incredulously. Could it be? Yes, it was. He was sure of it. It was Badshaw. And the elephant knew him and came towards him, in a sudden revulsion of feeling, and his relief at knowing that they were safe, Frank almost lost his head. A mad hope surged through him. He stretched out his arms imploringly to the great beast, and cried impulsively, "Oh, Badshaw, hum ko madad do! Help us!" To his amazement the animal seemed to understand. It sank slowly to its knees, as though inviting him to mount it. "Sahib, Sahib, he offers us his aid!" cried Tashi excitedly, and he scrambled up after Wargrave, who had climbed on to the broad shoulders. The subaltern leaned forward and, touching the huge forehead, pointed in the direction of Bhutan. Bagshaw turned and moved off towards the pass through the mountains, while the herd followed, and Frank thrilled with the hope that at last he was about to break through the barrier of foes between him and the girl he loved. End of chapter 13. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 14 of The Jungle Girl by Gordon Casserly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Devil Dancers of Tuna. Flat-roofed, arcaded buildings terraced one above the other, with gaily painted walls, from which covered wooden verandas and box-like latticed windows jutted out, surrounded a paved courtyard, its rough flagstones hidden by shifting many-colored throngs of gorgeously vestimented priests, mitred bishops, hideous demons, skeletons with grinning skulls, and weird creatures with papier-mâché heads of bears, tigers, dragons, and even stranger beasts. Wild but not inharmonious music from shaven-head members of an orchestra of weird instruments. Gongs, shawms, cymbals, long silver trumpets deafened the ears. Crowds of gaily clad spectators covered the flat roofs of the building and arcades, thronged the verandas, filled the windows, and squatted around the courtyard. These last kept in order by bullet-headed lamas with whips. It was the annual ceremony of the devil dance of the great Buddhist monastery of Tuna, one of the fantastic mystery plays, the now almost meaningless functions into which the ideal faith preached by Gautama the Buddha, the high-souled reformer, has degenerated. From all parts of Bhutan, west of the dividing line of the Great Black Mountain Range, from Tibet, even from far distant Ladakh, the faithful had made pilgrimage to be present at the great festival in this most famous and sacred gonpa of the land. Red lamas from western Tibet and yellow from Lhasa, abbots and monks from little-known monasteries lost among the rugged mountains, nuns with close-cropped hair from the convents of Thimbu, Paro, and Puaka, robber chiefs of the Hapa, and graziers from Sipchu, townsfolk from the capital, and peasants from the fever-laden Himalayan valleys, all had gathered there, for all who attended the sacred festival could gain indulgences that would save them a century or two's sojourn in the hot or cold hells of their religion. In a gallery adorned with artistic wooden carvings and hung with brocaded silk and gold embroideries, sat a fat, bare-legged man, with close-cropped hair and scanty beard, wearing an ample, red silk gown ornamented with Chinese designs, worked in gold thread. He was the Penlop of Tuna, the great feudal lord of the province, whose high walled jong or castle crowned the rocky hill on which the monastery and the town were built. Behind him stood his officers and attendants, clad in silk or woolen kimono-like garments, bound at the waist by gaily worked leather belts, from which hung handsome swords with elaborately wrought silver hilts inlaid with coral and turquoises, and with gold-washed silver scabbards. The courtyard was gay with fluttering prayer flags, the poles of which, as well as the wooden pillars of the arcades, were hung with the beautiful banners artistically worked with countless pieces of colored silks and brocades and needlework pictures of Buddhist gods and saints, for which the monasteries of Bhutan are justly famed. From the blue sky the sun blazed on the riot of mingled hues of the decorations and the dresses of spectators and performers. Especially gorgeous were the robes of the high priests in the spectacle. They strongly resembled Catholic bishops in their gold embroidered mitres, copes, and vestments, as, carrying pastoral crooks or sprinkling holy water, they moved around the courtyard in solemn procession behind acolytes carrying sacred banners, swinging censers and intoning harmonious chants. Troops of baffled demons fled as their approach howling in diabolic despair. Shuddering wretches, clad in scanty rags, groping blindly as in the dark, wailed miserably and utterly weird long-drawn whistling notes, shrank aside from the fleeing devils, and stretched out their hands in supplication to the saintly prelates. They were intended to represent the spirits of dead men, straying in the period of Bardo, the 49 days after death, during which the soul released from the body is doomed to wander in search of its next incarnation. In its journeyings it is assailed and terrified by demons, who can only be defeated by the prayers of pious lamas to Chenresi, the great pitier. The whole purpose of these representations is to familiarize during life the devout Buddhists with the awful aspect of the many demons that will obstruct their souls after death and try to lead them astray when they are searching for the right path to the next world in which they are to begin a fresh existence. On this strange, bewildering spectacle an English girl looked down from a small balcony not 20 feet above the courtyard, and the sight of her caused the attention of many of the spectators to wander from the mystery play. The fat old Penlop frequently looked across the quadrangle at her from his gallery, and as often uttered some coarse jest about her to his grinning followers, while he raised a chased silver goblet filled with merwa, the native liquor, to his lips. It was Muriel Benson. For weeks she had been a prisoner in the lamasery, cloistered in a suite of well-furnished rooms and waited on by a close-cropped nun. She had been surprised in the bungalow and overpowered by 3 of the Chinamen before she realized her danger or could seize a weapon with which to defend herself. Had she been able to snatch up a revolver, she would have made a desperate fight for freedom. But with fettered hands, a helpless captive, she had been carried away on a mule. From the first she had recognized the pock-marked, one-eyed leader of the gang as the ambans officer, and so had known who was the author and cause of her abduction. For days she had been borne along up the rough track over the mountains, through narrow high-walled passes, down deep valleys, and across rushing torrents, closely guarded but always treated with respect. Her captors used broken Tibetan and Bhutanese when they desired to communicate with her, but they answered none of her questions. She had dreaded reaching their destination, where she expected to find Wan Shi Hung awaiting her, and once, in fear of it, she had tried to throw herself down a precipice along the brink of which the path ran. After that she had been roped to a big, powerful Manchu. On her arrival at the monastery, she learned from her garrulous nun attendant that the amban had been summoned to Pekin, where a revolution had taken place and his friends there hoped to make him president, which he regarded as a step towards the imperial throne. The monks of the monastery were his faithful allies on account of his relationship to the powerful abbot of the Yellow Lama Temple in the Chinese capital. They had agreed to guard his prisoner, if his men succeeded in capturing her, until he returned or sent for her. At first the girl, relieved of the dread of falling at once into his hands, lived in the hope of a speedy rescue. It was unfortunate, she thought, that Colonel Dermot, with his extraordinary knowledge of and influence over the Bhutanese, had left India. But even without him the power of the British Empire would be set at once in motion to avenge this outrage on an Englishwoman. Dermot's understudy, the assistant political officer, faithless lover though he was, would do all he could to save her. Assuredly she would not have long to wait. But as the days dragged by and she still remained a prisoner, her heart sank. She needed all her courage not to lose hope and give way to despair, for she had always hanging over her the dread of Wan Shi Hung's return. But she had resolved to kill herself rather than fall into his hands. For that purpose had bribed her cheery, good-natured attendant to procure a dagger for her. She pretended that she wanted it as a protection in the lamasery, for the door of her apartments was without a fastening. Even on the outside there was neither lock nor bolt, for escape was considered impossible for her. If she got out of the monastery, she would be captured at once in the town. She was not interfered with, and saw no one but her nun. Once or twice she ventured to creep down to the great temple of the monastery, drawn by curiosity and the sound of harmonious Buddhist chants intoned by the Lamic choir. But for her anxiety about her father and her dread of the amban's return, her worst trial would have been the monotony of her captivity. Were it not for the memory of Wargrave and her unhappy love caused her many a sleepless night. With nothing to occupy her mind, she hailed the festival of the devil dance as a welcome distraction. Not even the impertinent curiosity of the spectators could drive her from her balcony. She followed the many phases with interest, although she could not understand the meaning of them, for the performance was a curious mixture of religion and blasphemous mockery, of horseplay and coarse humor, as well as a strange impressiveness. A comic interlude would follow the most solemn act. Troops of devils burlesqued the sacred rites of the faith, and bands of comic masks filled the arena at times and delighted the audience by playing practical jokes on the spectators and each other. The solitary white woman attracted their clownish humor, and they danced in front of her balcony, shouting out rude witticisms that caused much amusement to the lookers on. Fortunately, the girl's command of the language, fairly good though it was insufficient to enable her to understand their coarse jests. But their intention to insult her became obvious. The leaping, howling mob of strangely appareled performers threatened to storm her balcony. Some climbed on each other's shoulders to get nearer her. Others even began to swarm up the pillars supporting her balcony. To the delight of the audience, the noisy mob eventually clambered up to the railing of the balcony, and jesting, laughing, uttering wild cries, perched on it and shouted and jeered at her. Her face flaming, the girl drew back and was about to retire into her room when suddenly she stopped, rigid with surprise, for above the shouts of the maskers, the roars of the spectators, and the din of the clashing cymbals and braying trumpets, she heard her name spoken distinctly. Incredulous, she stood rooted to the ground, and stared at the yelling clowns perched on the railing. The uproar redoubled, but again she distinguished one word above all: Muriel! A wild hope flashed into her heart. Pretending to be amused at the antics of the performers, she advanced laughingly towards them. They gesticulated and shouted more furiously than ever, but in the medley of strange sounds she distinctly heard the words: "It's I, Frank. Don't be afraid." They seemed to come from the papier-mâché head of a grotesque serpent worn by a man who was foremost among her tormentors and wildest in his frenzied gestures. Smiling, the girl stood her ground, even when some of the maskers, encouraged by her attitude, climbed down from the rail and surrounded her, dancing, hallooing, leaping. The snake-headed one was the wildest in his antics, and shrieked and shouted loudest of them all. But mixed up with the incoherent cries and sounds, she caught the words: "Are you guarded?" A wild yell followed: "Can you get out?" Then he yelled like a mad jackal. With wildly beating heart, the girl pretended to repulse the advances of the maskers good humoredly, and spoke to all in English, telling them to leave her balcony and cease to molest her. But with her laughing remonstrances she mingled the words: "I am not guarded. I can leave my room. I will go down to the temple and wait behind the statue of Buddha." Then the serpent-headed one, aided by another with dragon mask, both uttering fiendish yells, pushed his companions back to the railing, just as the Penelope spoke to one of his officials, who shouted across to them an angry command to leave the white woman alone. The scared maskers tumbled over each other in their hurry to quit the balcony. Thrilled with delight, the girl watched them go, and then, when the entry of a fresh body of mummers into the courtyard distracted the attention of the spectators from her, she withdrew quietly to her room. She was alone, the nun having gone long ago to witness the devil dance from among the crowd. Muriel opened the door leading to a broad stone staircase, and peered cautiously out. There was no one to be seen. All the inhabitants of the monastery were gathered in the courtyard. She stole carefully down to a side door of the Lamasery chapel. This temple was a large and lofty building, richly ornamented with fine wood carvings, rich brocades, and elaborately embroidered banners and hangings. The pillars supporting the roof were covered with copper plates beaten into beautiful patterns, and the altars were of silver, the chief one, as in all Bhutanese chapels, being adorned by a splendid pair of elephants' tusks. Idols abounded. There was a central seated figure of Buddha 30 feet high, heavily gilt and studded with turquoises and precious stones, with a canopy and background of golden lotus leaves. On either side were attendant female figures, and images of Buddhist gods, larger than life size, stood in double rows. Muriel concealed herself behind the colossal statue of Buddha, and had not long to wait before from her hiding place she saw two maskers, the snake and the dragon, enter the temple cautiously. The latter remained on guard at the door, while his companion, who carried a bundle, advanced furtively towards the great idol. As he drew near he opened the jaws of the mask and said in a low tone, "Muriel, Muriel, are you here?" At the sound of the well-remembered voice the girl trembled violently. Her heart beat quickly as she came out from behind the statue. When he beheld her the masker lifted the snake's head off, and Muriel saw that the face revealed, disguised and stained a dull yellow, was that of her lover. At the sight of it she forgot the painful past, forgot her grievance against him, forgot the other woman, the sorrow that he had caused her, and he sprang towards her with outstretched arms. She cried, "Oh, thank God, you've come, dear!" Frank caught her in his eager embrace. Then, under the image of the great dreamer who taught that love is illusion, that affection is error, that desire but binds closer to the revolving wheel, they kissed fondly, passionately, like two faithful lovers, met again after a lifetime of parting, and the grotesque devil gods around glared fiercely at them. But the Lord Buddha looked mildly down on his sculptured face, the ineffable calm of Nirvana, the peace of freedom from all desire attained at last. But heedless of gods or devils, the man strained the woman to his heart, and rained kisses on her lips, her eyes, her hair. There was little time for dalliance. Danger encompassed them. Wargrave produced from the bundle that he carried a mask and a costume with a pair of high, felt-soled boots, which effectively disguised Muriel. Then they joined Tashi, and the three passed out into the vestibule only just in time, for here they found a group of llamas and peasants from a distant part of the country, stopping for a moment to look at the great pictured cycle of existence painted on the wall before they entered the temple. The vestibule opened on to a courtyard lined with the cells of the monks of the monastery, and, as this led to the great quadrangle in which the miracle play was being performed, a stream of mummers, llamas, and laymen was passing through it, mostly going to the spectacle, though a few were coming away from it. With Muriel clinging closely to him, Wargrave followed Tashi as he pushed his way through the crowd, exchanging jokes and careless banter as he went. The rabbit warren of steep lanes, flights of steps, and bridges over ravines through the town built on the precipitous slopes of the hill was almost deserted, for most of the inhabitants had flocked to the devil dance. So unmolested and unnoticed, they reached the caravanserai in which the two men had lodged for several days before the festival. Here they hurriedly changed their costumes. When they emerged from it, Muriel, her hair cropped almost to the scalp, and her face stained a yellowish tint, was garbed as a boy novice of the lamasery in the priestly dress, with a great rosary round her neck. In one hand she held a begging bowl, while with the other she guided the feeble steps of the aged lama whose disciple she was supposed to be. Behind them limped a lame lay brother of their monastery. In this disguise the fugitives met with no hindrance as they quitted the town for the open country, heading towards the south. Only when well clear of the houses did Frank and Muriel venture to converse in their own language. Wargrave narrated all that had happened to him since they had parted. Anyone watching them beyond earshot would have wondered at the joy that shone in the face of the young chela disciple, clasping the hand of the old priest and gazing affectionately at him as they went along, for Frank was telling the girl of Violet's letter which had set him free. He described many fruitless attempts to cross the frontier, his fortunate meeting with Badshaw, and the marvelous way in which the wonderful animal had helped him. Safely inside Bhutan, he and Tashi had parted with the elephants in which appeared to be the same forest as the one in which Colonel Dermot and they had left the herd on their previous entry into the country. Frank had tried to imitate his chief in ordering Badshaw to meet him there again, but he was very doubtful of the result. They had not found it difficult to follow the trail left by Muriel's abductors, for once inside the border the Chinamen had not tried to hide themselves. At every village along the rough road, Tashi had learned of their passing with their captive, so the two had followed them without difficulty to Tuna, where they soon discovered where the girl was imprisoned. The festival had offered them an unhoped for opportunity of reaching her. Tashi, once a star performer in similar devil dances in his own monastery, procured costumes and taught his companion what to do. As the number of those taking part in the performances ran to hundreds, it was easy to slip in unobserved among them. Then Muriel told of her adventures, but far more interesting to both than the details of these mere happenings. Each revealed to the other the longings, the love, the hopes and fears that had filled his and her heart during the unhappy period of their estrangement. Now began a wonderful odyssey that, but for the dread of pursuit and capture, would have seemed a journey in fairyland to the reunited lovers. Indeed, as they traveled on day after day, and danger seemed left behind, they forgot everything in the joy of being together once more. Their vows exchanged, their faith pledged, the future a long vista of golden days of delight. It was well that Tashi was with them to be on the watch, for the lovers walked with their heads in the clouds. And certainly theirs was an interesting pilgrimage. Bhutan is perhaps the least known country in Asia, the last that has kept its cherished seclusion since Anglo-Indian troops burst the barrier of Tibet and flaunted the Union Jack in the streets of the fabled city of Lhasa. But Bhutan is still a secret, a mysterious land. Only a few British envoys, from Bogol in the latter half of the 18th century, to Claude White and Bell in the beginning of this, and their companions had intruded on its privacy before Colonel Dermot, so that for the lovers it had all the fascination of the unknown. Sometimes, among the ice-clad peaks of the giant ranges of the Himalayas, they crossed snowy passes 14,000 feet above the sea, and did not neglect to throw a stone upon the oboes, the cairns that pious and superstitious travelers erect to propitiate the spirits of the passes. Sometimes a path led under beautiful cliffs of pure white crystalline limestone, that in the brilliant sunlight shone like the finest marble. Often they journeyed through a lovely land of gently sloping hills, of grassy uplands, of deep valleys giving delightful vistas, of snow-clad mountains far away. They walked through pine woods, through forests of maple, silver fir, and larch, and miles of huge bushes of flowering rhododendrons. They toiled up a rough and stony track over bare and desolate land that was an old moraine, and under moraine terraces one above another, forming giant spurs of the rugged hills. There were dark and fearsome ravines, so deep that they could scarcely hear the roar of the foaming torrents rushing among the great boulders below, as they crossed on swaying suspension bridges of iron chains. These had been built hundreds of years before by long forgotten Chinese engineers. Three chains on one level supported the bamboo or plank footway, while one on either side served as a hand-rail, and a bamboo or grass lattice-work between them and the road bears hid from sight the deep gorge below. Often these bridges were only of ropes of twisted withes or grass, and swung and swayed in terrifying fashion with the motion of the traveler. There were broad rivers over the eddying, swirling waters of which strong cantilever bridges of stout wooden beams were pushed out from the steep banks. Truly a beautiful land, Bhutan, at its loveliest perhaps in spring, when the hills and upland meadows where the yaks graze, 10,000 feet above the sea, blaze with the mingled colors of anemones blue and white, of yellow pansies and mauve and white irises, of large and white roses and small yellow ones, of giant yellow primulas with 6 tiers of flowers, when the oaks and the chestnuts are clothed in young green, and the apricot, pear, and orange trees are in bloom, where large and lovely blossoms cover that little known tree that the Bhutanese call chap, when the bright green of the young grass runs up to the white snowfields. The woods are full of a pretty ground orchid, beautiful trailing blossoms of others droop from the boughs of the great trees, and on the magnesium limestone hills one of the rarest orchids grows in profusion. But to the two pilgrims of love the land seemed beautiful even now that the winter was not far distant. In the silent woods, hidden from prying eyes, they sat hand in hand and whispered to each other over and over again the oldest, sweetest story that the earth has known. Strange to hear words of love from the lips of such a weird-looking couple. Yet Muriel in her quaint disguise with her silky hair cropped to the scalp was as beautiful in her lover's eyes as when he had seen her in her prettiest frocks, and she thought the yellow-skinned, wrinkled old lama indefinitely more attractive than the gay young subaltern of Ranga Duar, for he was her own now, Such is lover's glamour. Muriel had forgiven royally. Bhutan is a Buddhist ruled land, therefore slaying for sport and fishing in the rivers is prohibited. Nay, more, the Maharaja sometimes forbids the killing of even domestic animals for food. So wildlife abounds. The fugitives often saw flocks of burhel, called now in Bhutan, feeding on the precipitous slopes of the higher hills. Once Frank and Muriel excitedly watched a snow leopard stalking one of these big horned sheep 16,000 feet above the sea level. And in these heights they even saw an occasional lynx or wolf, generally only to be found in the highest elevations bordering on Tibet. Silver-haired langur apes, the white fringes around their black faces giving them a comic resemblance to aged negroes, awoke the echoes of the mountains with their deep booming cry, while in the lower valleys little brown monkeys mopped and mowed from the trees at the fugitives as they passed. On one occasion Muriel, exhilarated by the keen, life-giving air, ran gaily on ahead of the others in a wood, and came on a tiger enjoying its midday siesta. But the striped Butte only uttered a startled "whoa, whoa," like a big dog, and dashed away through the undergrowth. Another time they disturbed a red bear feeding on the carcass of a strange beast that seemed a mixture of goat, donkey, and deer. Tashi called it a serow, and at a lower elevation they blundered on two black bears, not flesh eaters these, yet more dangerous, grubbing for roots, and on another occasion saw one climbing a tree in search of wild bees' nests. In a dense jungle, early one morning, a beautiful black panther with a skin like watered silk glided stealthily by them, showing its white fangs and red mouth in an angry snarl as it went. And deep down in a valley they espied a rhinoceros feeding 1,000 feet below them. But they came across no elephants, and Frank noted the fact despairingly as rendering even less probable a meeting with Badshaw and his herd. Bird life abounded, from the snow partridges that flew in the hills 18,000 feet high to pigeons of every kind. Birds of all sizes, from great eagles to the little quails that hid in the cornfields, lammergeiers that were fed on human bodies, the dead of families of high degree, exposed on a flat rock of slate with head and shoulders tied to a wooden axle that stretched the corpse like a rack. In Bhutan, ordinary folk are cremated. On their journey the fugitives met with wayfarers of every rank and class. On a steep mountain track they stood aside to let a high official go by. He was sitting pick-a-back in a cloth on a powerfully built servant. The ends of the cloth nodded on the man's forehead. Behind trudged an escort of bare-legged swordsmen with leather shields and shining steel helmets. Coolies, male and female, followed, carrying the great man's baggage in baskets placed in the crutch of forked sticks tied on their backs. Sometimes they passed a rival lama glaring with jealous eye at them. Often they met groups of ryats, sturdy peasants, thick-limbed, bare-footed, bare-headed, the women clear-eyed, deep-bosomed, but uglier than the males. These did reverence to the holy men and put their modest offerings of copper coins or food into Muriel's begging bowl. Another time it was a family group at food, eating by the wayside. The group consisted of a stout, ruddy-faced woman with close-cropped hair, hung with many necklaces of coral and turquoise, and waited on by her three meek and submissive husbands, all brothers, for this is a land of polyandry. She invited the fugitives to share their meal, and bade her dutiful spouses serve the supposed llamas. They proffered cooked rice colored with saffron and other food in the excellent Bhutanese baskets, woven with very finely split cane. These are made in two circular parts with rounded top and bottom pieces, fitting so well that water can actually be carried in them. From sealed wicker covered bamboos the host filled chungas, bamboo mugs, with merwa, the beer of the country, and chang, the native spirit. Frank and Muriel refused the liquor, but Tashi drank their share as well as his, to give the pious peasants an opportunity of acquiring merit, and wife and husbands thought themselves amply rewarded by a muttered blessing. A very different figure was that of a man lame of the right leg and limping painfully down a steep hill in front of the fugitives. Muriel, full of pity, whispered to her lover after they had passed him, "Oh, the poor wretch! Did you see, dear? He had lost the right hand as well." But she shuddered when she learned that the cripple was a murderer punished by the severing of the tendons of the leg and the loss of the hand that struck the fatal blow. In the cultivated valleys where barley, buckwheat, and mustard grew, there were everywhere evidences of the religious feeling of the western Bhutanese. Every hill was crowned with a gompa or chapel. Chortens and praying wheels stood beside the road, and mendongs or praying walls a mile long, their stones engraved with sacred words, were built near habitations. In the villages the disguised fugitives were well treated. Food and lodging were offered them freely in the cabins as in the great houses of officials and rich folks, where they spent hours watching the skilled artisans among the feudal retainers of their hosts weaving silk, making woolen and cotton garments, brocade and embroideries, or hammering artistic designs on silver or copper plates backed with lac. None suspected the three of being other than they seemed. The Buddhism of Bhutan and Tibet today has but one article of faith: acquire merit by feeding and paying the lamas, and they will win salvation for you. So rich and poor vied in giving their best to the holy wayfarers, and sought not to intrude on the meditations or privacy of lama and chela, and welcomed the cheery company of the more worldly lay brother who could crack a joke or empty a mug with any man and pitch the stone quoits or shoot an arrow in the archery contests better than the village champion. Thus contentedly, and free from care, the three fugitives wandered on towards the south, where on the frontier they expected their troubles to begin. One day, when passing a hamlet by the roadside, they tarried to look on at a wedding at which a buxom country maid was being married to a family of 6 brothers. The village headman performed the simple ceremony, which consisted of offering a bowl of merwa to the gods, then presenting a cupful to the bride and eldest bridegroom, blessing them, and expressing a hope that the union might be a fruitful one. The rest, after the usual presents had been given to the bride's relatives, was simply a matter of feasting everyone. The stranger lamas were invited to join, but Frank refused and dragged away the convivial Tashi, who was anxious to accept the invitation. Wargrave with difficulty led him aside, and was so occupied in arguing with his discontented guide that he did not notice that Muriel had not followed. A sudden cry from her and his name shrieked out wildly made him turn in alarm. To his horror he saw the girl struggling in the grasp of a Chinaman, while another on a mule and holding the bridle of a second animal was calling on the villagers in the Penlop's name to assist his comrade. End of chapter 14. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter number 15 of The Jungle Girl by Gordon Casserly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A Strange Rescue. Neither Muriel, absorbed in watching the wedding, nor the two men engrossed in their dispute, had noticed the Chinese come riding along the road and pulling up when they saw the peasants gathered together. One of them had been about to question the villagers from his saddle when his eyes fell on the disguised girl standing apart from the crowd. He stared at her for a few moments. Then he spoke hurriedly to his companions, and springing from the mule's back, seized Muriel in a rough grasp. At her cry, Frank ran back, forgetting his disguise. He recognized in her assailant the pock-marked officer of the M.M. The man, seeing him coming, drew a revolver, but Wargrave whipped out his pistol quicker and without hesitation shot him through the heart. The Chinaman collapsed to the ground and in his fall dragged the girl down. His comrade fired at his slayer and missing him wheeled his mule around and galloped off. Tashi returned the shot while Frank ran to Muriel. He fired several times and the rider was apparently hit, for he fell forward on the neck of his animal, but he recovered himself and, crouching low, was still in the saddle when a turn in the road hid him from sight. The startled villagers scattered and fled in terror at the tragedy suddenly enacted in their midst. The 6 cowardly husbands deserting their new-made wife, and leaving her to follow as they ran away, which she did at her utmost speed. Frank freed Muriel from the stiffened grasp of the dead man, and helped her to her feet. Then the 3 hurried from the fatal spot, so lately filled by a cheerful crowd of merrymakers and now tenanted only by the corpse that lay with sightless eyes staring up at the blue sky. They made for the shelter of jungle-clad hills that rose a couple of miles away. From now onwards, for 2 or 3 weeks, the fugitives led the lives of hunted rats. They traveled generally only by night, avoiding villages and farms and keeping away from the road as much as possible. They were in the southern zone of Bhutan, lying nearest the Indian frontier, a region of precipitous hills 10 or 12,000 feet high, their sides clothed with dense vegetation, of deep, fever-laden valleys, of awe-inspiring gorges, of rivers liable to sudden floods and rising in a few hours 30 or 40 feet. Tashi, in various disguises, occasionally visited villages in search of food and information, while the lovers awaited his return in some hidden spot, Frank holding the anxious girl in his arms and trying to calm her fears. In one excursion the ex-lama got the first definitive news of the pursuit. He learnt that the M.M had returned unexpectedly to Tuna, the plot in his favor in Pekin having failed. He was not satisfied by the tales told by the monks of the lamasery to account for Muriel's mysterious disappearance, which was that she had been carried off by the devils. He insisted on a search being made for her along the road to the Indian border, and sent his own Chinese guards to direct the pursuit. The companion of the pock-marked man had got back to Tuna and told of their recognition of her. Young Shi Hung, furious at the death of his officer but overjoyed at the discovery of the girl, set out at once with his personal followers and a body of the Penob's soldiers to take up the chase. The fugitives, hotly pursued, had several hairbreadth escapes. Once they almost blundered into a bivouac of their enemies at night. They succeeded at last in reaching the great forest in which Wargrave and the ex-lama had parted from the elephants, the forest which ran along the foot and clothed the northern slopes of the second last range of mountains between them and the frontier. But alas! There was no trace of Badshah's herd. Yet this was not surprising, for they found themselves in a part unknown to them. Through this vast jungle they traveled by day until one evening they reached a deep gorge that pierced the range and seemed to promise a passage through the mountains. They camped for the night by its mouth, intending to enter it at sunrise. Dawn found them breaking their fast on a scanty meal of dried mutton and bananas. Suddenly Tashi stopped eating and held up a warning hand. His companions drew their pistols, Frank having given his second weapon to Muriel. Presently they heard the faint sounds of an animal's approach on their track. Just as they had risen silently to their feet, three gigantic dogs appeared, scenting their trail. They were Tibetan mastiffs, such as are to be chained in the courtyards of lamaseries. At sight of them the huge brutes stopped, crouched for an instant, showing their fangs in a fierce snarl, and then rushed at them. Without hesitation the three fired. One of the dogs dropped dead, but the others, though wounded, came on. One bounded at Muriel. Frank threw himself in front of her, firing rapidly at it. Several bullets struck it, but the savage brute sprang at his throat. He grappled with it, striving by main strength to hold it off. Muriel rushed to his aid and putting her pistol to the mastiff's head, shot it dead. Tashi meantime had killed the third. Knowing that their pursuers must be close behind the dogs they fled into the gorge. On either hand stupendous cliffs towered up 2,000 feet above them, scarcely 100 yards apart, seeming to meet overhead and shut off the sky. Here and there the giant walls were split from top to bottom in slits opening off the main passage. As the fugitives ran on, the gorge narrowed until it was scarcely 50 yards wide, and they began to fear that it might prove only a cul-de-sac in which they would be hopelessly trapped. They heard cries behind them, strangely echoed by the rocky walls. Breathless, panting, their tired limbs giving way under them, they staggered blindly on. The pass turned sharply to the right. As they approached the bend, they became aware of a dull rumbling, and the ground, which suddenly began to slope steeply down, shook violently under their feet. Wondering what new danger, what fresh horror awaited them, they stumbled on. turned the corner and stopped short in dismayed despair. From side to side the gorge was filled with a tumultuous racing flood of foam-flecked water, a rushing river that poured out of a natural tunnel in the steeply sloping rocky bottom of the pass as from a sluice. It surged against the precipitous cliffs, leaping up against the walls that hemmed it in, sweeping in mad onset of white-topped waves and eddying whirlpools, flinging spray high in air. The stoutest swimmer would be tossed about hopelessly in it, rolled over and over, choked, suffocated, sucked under, the life beaten out of him. For one wild moment Frank thought of seizing Muriel in his arms and springing into the raging flood, but the sheer hopelessness of escape that way checked him. It was certain death. Better to turn and face their pursuers. There was more chance of life in battling with a score or two of Bhutanese swordsmen than with the tumbling, tossing waters. So pistol in hand the three retraced their steps, looking everywhere for a suitable spot to make a stand. But on either hand the cliffs rose sheer, their faces seamed here and there with cracks, but with never a crevice big enough to shelter them. They passed the bend, and a few hundred yards beyond it some large rocks fallen from the cliff on one side lay close against its base. Frank resolved to take their stand here. It was the only cover visible. They fitted the holster stocks to their pistols, converting them into carbines, which could be fired from the shoulder, enabling them to aim more accurately at a longer range. Then, while Tashi crept cautiously along the pass to scout, the subaltern and the girl examined the position for defense. Thus occupied, they were startled by shots ringing out, echoing down the vast canyon. Taking cover, they saw their companion running back, followed by a body of men, a few mounted, the majority on foot. Some had firearms, others bows, the rest swords. Wargrave and Muriel opened on the pursuers with their automatic weapons and checked them. Tashi was about 100 yards from shelter when a shot struck him. He stumbled and fell, while a howl of delight rose from his foes. As he tried to struggle up, bullets kicked up the dust round him, and several arrows dropped near. "Muriel, loose off as many cartridges as you can to cover me," said Wargrave, laying his pistol beside her. Before the girl realized his meaning he had sprung out from the rocks and was running towards Tashi. For a moment the pursuers were puzzled by his action, and then fired their rifles and matchlocks and shot arrows at him. But unscathed he reached the wounded man who had been so faithful a comrade to him. Raising him on his back, he staggered towards the rocks, while Muriel pumped lead at the enemy and succeeded in keeping down their fire somewhat. As Wargrave laid the ex-lama on the ground in shelter, Tashi seized his hand and touched it with his lips and forehead in silent gratitude. Frank hurriedly examined and bandaged the wound made by a large caliber bullet, which had passed through the leg below the knee, lacerating the muscles but not injuring the bone. Then he took up his post again, while Tashi dragged himself up behind a rock and opened fire on their foes. These were for the most part Bhutanese, but there were several Chinese among them. "Look, look, Frank, there's the M.M," cried Muriel excitedly, pointing to a man who rode into sight along the pass on a white mule. She fired at him. The bullet missed him but apparently went unpleasantly close, for Yun Shi Hung galloped back into shelter behind a projecting buttress of the cliffs. The attackers numbered 60 or 80. They were apparently staggered by the rapid fire poured into them, which killed or wounded several of them. Some tried to find shelter by huddling against the side of the pass, and others flung themselves on the ground behind boulders. But the leaders urged them on. There could be little doubt as to the issue of the fight. The bullets from the Chinamen's rifles and the Bhutanese matchlocks spattered the rocks or the face of the cliff, but the archers began to shoot almost vertically into the air from their strong bamboo bows, and several iron-tipped, four-feathered arrows dropped behind the cover, one missing Wargrave by a hand's breadth. Fearing for Muriel, he tried to shield her with his body. "What's the use, dearest?" she said. "If you are killed, I don't want to live. Indeed, we must both die now. I shall not be taken alive. Kiss me and tell me once more that you love me." He held her to his heart in a passionate embrace and kissed her fondly. "They are coming now, Sahib," said Tashi, "and I have only a few cartridges left." The lovers paid no heed. "Goodbye, my dear, dear love," whispered Muriel. "I'm happier dying with you than living without you." Frank kissed her, solemnly now, for the last time. Then they turned to face the enemy. The swordsmen were massing for a charge. Crouching low, they held their shields before them, and waved their long bladed das above their head, uttering fierce yells. Suddenly the amban and other mounted men who had been sheltering out of sight dashed into view and rode madly into the rear ranks, knocking down and trampling on anyone in their way. The men on foot looked behind and broke into a run, coming on in a disordered mob. But it was not a charge. It was more like a panic, for with wild cries of frantic terror they fled past the defenders who, fearing a trick, fired their last cartridges into them, dropping several, some of whom tried to rise and drag themselves on in dread of something terrible behind. Then into sight came a vast herd of wild elephants, filling the gorge from cliff to cliff and moving at a slow trot. A huge bull led them, lines of other tuskers behind them, crowds of females and calves bringing up the rear. The onset of the mass of great monsters was terrifying. It was appalling, irresistible. Muriel cried out, "It's Badshaw, Frank, it's Badshaw. Look at the leader. Don't you see?" Tashi stared at the oncoming herd. Then he quietly unfixed his pistol and put it away in the holster. "We are saved, Sahib," he said, with the calm fatalism of the East. "The god of the elephants has sent them." And he limped out from behind the rocks. The two Europeans followed him. Their foes had disappeared, all but the dead and wounded. Badshaw, for it was he, swerved out of his course and came to them, while the herd went on, opening out to pass him as he sank to his knees before the humans. Tashi, despite his wound, climbed up to his neck, while Wargrave mounted behind him and Muriel took her seat on the broad back, clinging to her lover. Then the tusker rose and moved swiftly after the herd. As he rounded the bend, a strange sight met the eyes of those he carried. Their enemies were huddled together in terror near the brink of the tunnel from which the surging water rushed out. Some endeavored to pluck up courage to throw themselves into the river, while the majority had turned to face the elephants. but they were paralyzed with fright. A few tried to discharge their firearms or loosed their arrows with trembling hands. As the elephants, quickening their pace, rushed on in an irresistible mass, some of the men, crazed with fright, ran to meet them. Others flung themselves to the ground where they were. But over both the great monsters passed, treading them to pulp under their ponderous feet. The animals of the mounted men, as terrified as their riders, swung about and sprang headlong into the river. Many of the men on foot did the same. The heads of animals and men appeared and disappeared, bobbing up and down, then their bodies were rolled over and over, tossed up on the waves and sucked under. One by one they disappeared. A few of the panic-stricken mob had tried to climb the precipitous cliffs in vain. One, however, getting his hands into a narrow, slanting crack, dragged himself up a few feet. It was the M.M. Frank drew his pistol, but Muriel clung to his arm and cried, "Oh, spare the poor wretch!" Tashi had no scruples, but his magazine was empty, and he searched in vain for a cartridge. But Yan Shi Hung's time had come. Badshaw's trunk shot out and caught the climber's ankle. The Chinaman was plucked from the face of the cliff and hurled to the ground. A frenzied shriek burst from him as the tusk was driven into the shuddering body, which in an instant was trodden to a bloody pulp. Muriel hid her face against her lover, but the agony of the wretch's dying yell rang in her ears. Not one of their enemies was left alive. Then the elephants one by one slid and slithered down into the rushing water, which was very little below the brink. The mothers supported the youngest calves with their trunks, the less immature climbing on to their backs. Tashi checked Badshaw as he was about to follow the herd into the river and, lame as he was, slid down to the ground. He searched the crushed and mangled corpses of his fellow countrymen and collected their girdles until he had enough to knot and plait into two ropes, one to go about Badshaw's neck, the other around the great body. More girdles sufficed to join these together and supply cords by which the men and the woman on his back could tie themselves on to the ropes and to each other securely. When this was done, Badshaw slid into the river. As elephants do, he sank in the water until only the upper part of his head and the tip of his upraised trunk were above it. Without the precaution that Tashi had taken, his riders would have been instantly swept away. Only elephants could have battled successfully with that raging torrent. The upflung spray and leaping waves hid the herd from the fugitives as they clung desperately to the ropes and to each other. 18 months had gone by. In the garden of the political agent's bungalow in Ranga Duar, Colonel Dermot, completely restored to health, and his wife stood with his assistant, Major Hunt and MacDonald. They were watching Mrs. Wargrave, who, with Brian and Eileen clinging to her, was holding out her 2 months old baby to a great elephant with a single tusk. The animal raised its trunk as though in salute, then lowering it, gently touched with its sensitive tip the laughing infant whose tiny hand instinctively clutched it and held it fast. With a smile, Muriel turned her head and looked at her husband. "Badshaw has accepted him. Your son is free of the herd," said Colonel Dermot. End of chapter 15. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. End of The Jungle Girl by Gordon Casserly.